Okay, I guess we're just doing this, you guys, because I can't make anything work. So hello. Don't mind me finishing preparing on camera. Um, Things went a little awry. Work broke into the situation. Okay. Welcome to. Oh, we didn't change my friend. Just plain old person. Hopefully people come back. Let's see. We got 0 viewers. And now the music has spontaneously started on its own again. That's not what I wanted to happen. We're just gonna go with it. Okay. Can you see me? Can I see you? Is anybody here? Sorry for the delay and the stream confusion. If you can hear me and you can see me, then I think we're good. So welcome to the little horror shop, little comic shop of horrors today. I bought a cape just for this. Sorry, my brain is gone this week. What is this? This is a stream. I bought a cape just for today's stream for you guys. Also, who doesn't need a cape? I feel like that's a positive life choice. I've got stuff everywhere, and we don't want the window in there. We just want all these cool comic books. And okay, we're good. This is my lost face. Where do we get started? We start by reading the book, I suppose. This is the worst day. Yay, Jason's here. Look at Jason's collection of wonderful comics with like 1 or 2 of my own built in. And Ashley's. And yeah, this is our comic shop. I didn't have an actual like Audrey 2 to put in here, but I do have this like peeping eyeball plant that's like pretty good anyway, so that's good. Okay, so we're gonna get started because I don't know what's happening. Oh, I'm so itchy. Look, I just got my nose pierced, you guys. So that's a new thing. Trying to find the perfect location for this for me. Oh, itchy. Okay, let's just get started. So I'll just stop being weird on camera in front of you guys and ruining the entire stream. But I'm so itchy. Okay. Our introduction to the book today. You're walking through a creepy part of town when you find a new comic shop. Milo's Comics Dungeon. Dungeon is right. This place is dusty, dingy, and really dark. You can see the comics are awesome, but there's something you can't see. Trouble. It's waiting for you. If you choose to go downstairs, watch out for Milo the mutant. He's got big, bad plans for you. What? You say you'd rather stay upstairs? Not such a great idea. Unless you want to battle the worst villains in the history of comics. Do you have what it takes to be a superhero? The choice is yours in this scary Goosebumps adventure that's packed with over 20 super spooky endings. Okay. I thought after-school clubs were supposed to be fun, you grumble. You love comic books, and a comic club sounded cool, but it's run by Horace Grumbacher, the dullest kid in school. How could someone make a subject like comics boring? Horace manages. He clicks his slide projector to a picture of a comic book cover. Here's the first issue, starring Super Doer, he drones. Today, it's worth nearly $200,000. Click. And here's the first appearance of Ballistic Bug. This comic goes for nearly $20,000. As if any kid in this club can afford that, you think. The projector clicks again. A horror comic appears on the screen. Excellent. You love horror. But Horace can even make horror sound dull. This is Sue of the Seller of Scary Stories went for $1,600. He lectures. An ugly face sneers at you from the comic cover. Yuck, it looks like a rotten pumpkin with warts. You turn away and notice the classroom clock. How did it get so late? You run outside in time to see a horrible sight. Oh no, you groan. What's wrong? Find out on page 2. The school bus is already a block away. It left without you. Thanks a lot, Horace, you growl. Because of this boring lecture, now you have to walk home. If you follow the same route as the bus, you won't get home for hours, so you decide to try a shortcut, even though it means going through a part of town you've never been before. You walk and walk along your shortcut. With every step you take, your book bag gets heavier. The area you're cutting through looks a little weird. The buildings are all old and dingy, and the stores huddled together as if they're holding each other up. And the stuff in the windows is very weird. You pass a clothing store that seems to be selling Halloween costumes, even though Halloween is months away. And those dolls in that toy shop window, they look like vampires. You're relieved when you spot a store for vacuum cleaners. That's normal, you think. And then next to it, hey, a comic shop. Want to visit? Go to page 3. You step inside. The comics shop is dimly lit. You can barely make out the comics on spinning racks. Beyond, in deeper shadows, are tables with row after row of boxes. Those are the back issues, where the collectors look for treasures. The owner stands behind a cash register. He looks familiar, with his round face and warts, but you can't place him. He grunts when he sees you. Kids. Well, who does he expect to come in and buy comics? As you walk past him, the store owner calls out, "Leave your bag up here." You scowl. Why is he treating you like a thief? You think about leaving, but you'd like a rest from walking. And besides, you really want to check out the comics. Strolling around the racks, you notice the latest issue of Major Disaster. You bought it just a week ago. This guy has a sticker on it for half price. Walking a little faster, you start picking up the comic books. Doesn't the owner know what these things are worth? The deeper into the store you go, the darker it gets. A pair of bookcases blocks your way, but there's a little space between them. You see light coming through the crack. Push through to page 4. You squeeze between the bookcases into an open area. A dusty light bulb dangles from the ceiling. In its dim glow, you make out another spinning rack full of comics. A sign taped to the top of the rack says, "You think this is a library? Look, but don't touch, or you'll be sorry." You peer at the comics on the rack. Whoa, that's the issue of Ballistic Bug from Horace's slideshow. The comic marked for $2. Up there, on the top of the rack, is that the incredibly expensive copy of Super Doer? And then you notice something else. A doorway. Beyond the rack, metal stairs lean downward. To the basement, you guess. An arrow-shaped sign points down the stairway. It reads, "Horror." There's also a tattered sign on the open door. You try to make out the faded letters. It seems to say, no admittance, trespassers will be glopfed. Glopfed? What's that? You don't really care. All you care about is making a tough decision. Should you take a closer look at the rack, or should you go down to the horror section? Wait, why are you already sorry? I'm so confused. I'm sorry that I don't have all these things ready ever. Polls. Okay. Not add a poll. We're going to start a poll. Okay, if you want to check out the spinning rack of comics, you're going to choose option 1. And if you go downstairs, you're going to choose option 2. And go. And I'll try and get everything else working properly. There we go. Some music. Try and get it on the other guy. Ooh, it's a little intense. Got some bass going there. How are you cheating? You don't get to cheat. Oh, are you using both accounts, you cheater? Okay, we still have 12 seconds left to vote. I'm going to have everything actually set up properly now. It's okay. You can no longer vote in this poll. And almost everybody wanted to go downstairs on page 51. I just want to find a happy medium. I just want my chair to be higher, I think. 51. You head down the stairs, but after you take your first step, the whole stairway begins to shake, as if its heavy machinery is working underneath. The stair treads under your feet suddenly tilt, and they crash down into an echoing mechanical sound. Glomp! Now you know. The stairway has turned itself into a slide. Your feet skid out from under you, and you bang your elbow. You're going faster, and you can't stop. You claw frantically at the slide, but you can't even get a grip on the smooth metal. You don't even slow down. You just make a noise like nails on a blackboard. It makes a good blend with your screams as you zoom faster and faster, deeper into the dark. Speed on to page 127. You roll, bounce, even tumble in a somersault. And then there's nothing underneath you. You shoot past the end of the metal slide and slam into a plywood wall. Then you thud down onto a concrete floor. Oof, you groan. That hurt. On your hands and knees, you try to climb back up the slide that used to be a stairway, but it's too steep and slippery. You just slither to the bottom again. Trying to stay calm, you gaze around. You're in a small, shadowy room. Its walls are made of plywood, and an opening leads to a plywood hallway lit by a single bulb. You walk down the hall. After a few yards, it turns, and you find yourself in another little room. This one has 3 doorways. You choose the right-hand one to find yet another hall. That one zigzags, and 2 more rooms, and then a 4-way intersection of corridors. What's going on, you mutter? I feel like a rat in a maze. Turn to page 47. No problem, you tell yourself. I'll memorize my route. To make it easier, you decide to make only right turns. That works for the first 4 choices you face. And then you find yourself in a room with only 1 doorway on the left. By the 10th choice, you're mumbling to yourself, trying to remember which way you went. This place is definitely a maze, and it's bigger than the basement of the small comic shop. You feel as if you've been walking for miles. How can that be? The next room you find is stacked with old copies of the Cellar of Scary Stories. They're all the same issue that Horace showed you a slide of. The guy with his face like a warty pumpkin is the series host. His name is Milo the Mutant. Hey, now you recognize why the comic shop owner seemed familiar. He looks just like Milo the Mutant. This is starting to get creepy. And then you hear a noise echoing through the maze. A slow, scraping sound, like a foot dragging on concrete. Someone or something is following you. What should you do? If you want to go back and see who's following us, we're going to choose option 1. If you'd rather try to get out of there fast, we'll choose option 2. And so I don't know how getting out fast works when we're lost in a maze, but we will pretend. Go. Option 1, go back and see who's following us. Or option 2, try and get out of there some other way. Votes are only Ashley cheating. So you didn't show up because you didn't do the vote right. You typed it wrong. Okay. We're gonna I just touched my nose. Sorry. We're gonna re-vote on that one now that Jason and Luda are back. Start the poll again. Option 1, go back to see who's following us, or option 2, get out of there fast. Okay, now everyone vote. There's at least 3 people here to vote now. We got 2 votes. Okay. Can I get it to stop? I can't get it to stop. I'm so sorry. Okay. We've done it. Okay, we went with option 1. Okay, we're gonna go back and see who's following us, because we in this game are much braver than we in real life. So, page 89. Although, no, I feel like Jason would totally just go back and be like, why are you following me? Okay, you tell yourself. So I'm being followed through a dark maze. I should look on the bright side. Maybe whoever it is can show me the way out of here. You turn your back on your trail. As you do, you notice a nasty smell in the air. It reminds you of the time your Uncle Mel left the bag of garbage in the kitchen when the family went on a 2-week vacation. And it seems to be getting stronger. Uh-oh. You pop around a corner and into a room. Light pours through a second doorway. It throws a moving shadow on the wall. Maybe it's Milo, or whatever the owner's real name is. And then the figure arrives in the doorway. It's not Milo. This guy is tall, and he doesn't have a face like a rotting pumpkin. His skin is greenish gray, like moldy cheese. Puckered scars run up his cheeks, and a pair of big metal bolts stick out of his neck. It's impossible, but he looks like Frankenstein. When he sees you, he snarls. Yarr! Turn to page 115. For a moment, you can't tear your eyes away from Frankenstein. But when he lurches towards you, you leap away. You dash down a hallway. The creature's snarling echoes cry behind you. As you race through the next doorway, you scrape against the rough plywood. Your jacket tugs you back when you take the next step. It's caught on a bunch of splinters. You try to pull loose, but you can't get free. And here come the monster's scraping footsteps. Desperately, you wrestle out of the coat and keep running. You turn left, and then right again. After a few moments, the creature's snarls become fainter. It sounds as if you're losing him. Should you keep running? Or now that he can't see you, should you try sneaking away from the creature? One thing's for sure, you've got to find a way out of this maze, and fast. If you want to try and run, choose option 1. If you want to try and sneak away, we're going to choose option 2. Go. Option 1 is to run away. It just says, should you keep running, or now that he can't see you, should you try sneaking away from the creature? So, run is option 1, or sneak is option 2. Get some friends to join us. Everybody tell your friends. Hands are too busy to vote anymore. Jason. Okay. Complete. %, chose option 2. We're going to stop running and sneak away. On page 65. Your heart is pounding so hard you can barely hear anything. But you strain your ears as you tiptoe down the shadowy corridors. You peek carefully around every corner. You can't hear Frankenstein's shuffling footsteps anymore, even though his roars have faded away. You've lost him. With a sigh of relief, you lean against a plywood wall. A moth flutters past you, and a hand grabs it in midair. Hey, that's not your hand. You spin around and face 2 kids about your own age, a red-haired girl and a boy with shaggy dark hair. He's chewing on something. Both give you odd, closed-mouth smiles. The Midwest smile. I'm Cammy, and this is Jack, the girl tells you. I guess you got glomped just like we did. How long have you guys been here, you ask? We're not sure, Jack swallows noisily. But I know I had short hair when I got here. You look at Jack's wild mane. This is bad news. Go to page 117. See, it's hard to guess time. We can't tell whether it's night or day in Milo's maze, Cammy explains. Milo's maze, you repeat? So the guy in the comic shop is called Milo? Like the guy from the Cellar of Scary Stories? He is the guy from the Cellar of Scary Stories, Cammy replies. Or he was. That comic was canceled years ago. But if there's no more comic, how could... Wait a minute, you yell. Comic characters aren't real. That's impossible. Jack just shivers. With Milo, anything is possible. He blames kids for not buying enough of his comic books. Is that why he trapped us down here, you ask? Jack shakes his shaggy head. We aren't sure. Sometimes we catch him spying on us. We think maybe he's trying to scare us. Trying, you sputter? I'm scared to death. Shudder along to page 107. We saw Milo last week, Cammy remarks. The werewolf was chasing us. Milo popped around the corner and stared at us, and then he shook his head like he was annoyed. I'll never make my comeback this way, he said. Remember, Jack? Jack doesn't reply. He's staring over your shoulder. You turn to see a bug crawling up the plywood wall. A big bug. Jack grabs for it, and Cammy snarls at him. It's a sound you'd expect from a wild dog, not from a kid. Jack and Cammy seem ready to fight. And then you notice how skinny they are, and dirty, and how long their fingernails have grown. Suddenly, Cammy seems to remember you're there. Look, you need to help us, she tells you. Why not come with us? Yeah, you can meet the other kids, Jack adds. Your eyes widen. You mean there are more of us down here? Jack nods. We help each other. Getting help, even from strangers, sounds good to you. But then again, you're not too far from that trick stairway. You might be able to find a way out on your own. If you want to go ahead and follow Jack and Cammy, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to turn them down and continue on alone, then we'll choose option 2. And I'm getting the hang of it. Kind of. Almost. Vote. Go vote. Option 1, go with Jack and Cammy to meet the other kids, or option 2, turn them down and continue on alone, trying to find your own way out. Okay, we got 2 votes for option number 2. We're going to keep going on our own. I can bookmark it. Page 112. You want to get out of this maze now. Besides, Cammy and Jack are too weird for you. Thanks, but I'd like to see how I can get along on my own, you tell them. You fake a smile. Maybe I'll see you later. You hurry out of the room. Behind you, they start snarling at each other again. You let that kid get away, Jack's voice echoes through the maze. Oh, right, Cammy answers. It was you and your bug eating. We should never do that in front of newcomers. Speaking of bugs, Jack's voice stops. But then you hear a loud crunch, as if he's biting into something. Something with a hard shell. Come on, Cammy orders. And then you hear their footsteps, coming your way. Do you want to run? If so, we'll choose option 1. Or if you think you should try and hide, choose option 2. Option number 1, run from Jack and Cammy. Or option number 2, hide from Jack and Cammy while they run towards you. Chose option 1. Yes? Option 1. We are running on page 50. You walk faster and faster until you break into a run. At first, the footsteps fade, and then you hear a loud clomping. It sounds as if there's a herd of elephants hot on your heels. You glance back as you go through a doorway. Ow, you yell. You brushed against jagged plywood. A 2-inch splinter stabbed you in the arm. Grinding your teeth, you pull the splinter out. Blood stains your t-shirt. From several turns behind you comes a rumbling roar. Uh-oh. Can whatever is chasing you smell blood? The clomping sound turns into a crashing gallop. You try to run faster, flinging yourself through another doorway. You find yourself in a long hall. You're running flat out, but the stomping feet are right behind you. You look over your shoulder and you scream. The creature chasing you looks as if it were sewn together from several different animals. It has the body of a shaggy bull and a huge feathered eagle wings. Worst of all, it has the head and fangs of a lion. Run for your life to page 54. Hot breath ruffles your hair. The lion's roar deafens you. When your ears stop ringing, you hear a voice yell, "Up here!" You peer up to find a kid leaning over the plywood wall above you. He stretches out his arms to you. "Jump," he yells. "I'll pull you over." You don't need another invitation. You leap as high as you can, reaching for the boy's hands. Will you make it? Is luck on your side? Take a look at the hour hand on the clock. If it's close to an odd numbered hour, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, or 11 o'clock, we'll turn to page 43. If it's near an even numbered hour, we will turn to page 80. So it is 7:51. Do any of these look like a clock? Which means that it's going to be really close to the 8. So it's an even one. Ooh. Sorry, watch me shudder every time I accidentally touch my nose. So we are going to page 80. I should mark this even though it was not a vote. Okay. I think my neighbor will do. Ooh. I don't get what's not fair for you, Ashley. It's not fair that you're getting more people to come hang out with us? That's pretty cool. Okay. By sheer luck, you grab hold of the waiting boy's hands. The boy pulls you out of the way, just in time. You look down at the lion bull creature's furious eyes. "Miss me," you shout. The creature roars as you swing down off of the wall. A second later, the plywood wall seems to explode. You duck as pieces of heavy wood framing fly past. What a mess! A pile of wreckage covers the lion bull creature. It must have rammed down the wall and crashed into the next one. "Help!" a voice cries. You turn to your rescuer to find him pinned under a pile of wreckage. Pull him loose on page 85. The good news is that the pile of stuff on top of your new friend isn't as large as the mound that buried the lion bull creature. You start tossing aside the pieces of wreckage. It isn't easy. The wooden beams that held up the walls are thicker than your arms. Big chunks of wood lie under smaller ones, and you quickly learn that this stuff can get heavy. "What's your name?" You puff as you kick a 10-foot beam off to one side. "I'm Charlie," the boy trapped replies. "There's a bunch of us down here. If you meet my friends, tell them what happened to me. But get out of here," Charlie begs. "Save yourself while you can." "No," you shout. "I'm going to help you, and that's final." Work your way to page 121. You roll, throw, or shove battered pieces of wood away. Your arms are tired and burning from all this work, and you can still face the hardest job of all. Charlie is pinned under a whole sheet of plywood. How are you able to lift a slab of wood twice as tall as you are and 3 times as wide. I'll try to push from down here, Charlie says. And I'll, pull, you say. You pull until you're red in the face and your arms are shaking, but the wooden slab hasn't moved an inch. Could it be stuck on something? You glance around and notice a heavy bull's hoof resting on one corner of the slab. Your eyes travel slowly up the bull's leg, past its heavy body, the eagle's wings, and on to the lion's head. The beast stares down at you. You've never heard of lions laughing before, but that is what this one seems to be doing. Slowly, the beast paces forward, and you have nowhere to run, and no walls to hide behind. Oh well, it seems your luck was bad after all. But you were right about one thing. You stayed to help, and that was final. The end. Ending number 1. Burr 1. Endings. I always type the S even when I don't mean it. So, it doesn't matter. We've got to go back to one of these. Okay, so we're going back to the clock and pretending it's closer to an an odd numbered time on page 43. Looks as if luck is against you. You fall way short of the boy's reaching hands. Instead, you bang into the wall and then crash to the floor. You lie there, frozen. The lion, bull, eagle beast clomps closer. It growls in triumph. And then the beast leaps backwards suddenly, yelping in pain, a paw at its nose. What happened? Well, maybe luck is with you after all. You look up, and the boy is still leaning over the wall. He holds a slingshot in his hand. Try again, he yells. You scramble to your feet. The patchwork beast lets out a furious roar. Zing! Something flies past your ear. The beast yelps again. Bullseye! Right in the snout. You leap again. A hand catches your wrist and hauls you up, but the lion creature is right behind you. Head on up to page 129. Huge jaws snap hungrily just inches below your feet. But you're safe on the other side of the wall. The patchwork creature roars again. It clomps off to the right. You stare at the kid who helped you. He's bigger than you are, and older. Who are you? You babble. What are you doing here? He grins. It's a long story. To start with, my name is Bob. You introduce yourself, but he's not really listening. That lion thing knows its way through the maze. It's going to find us if we stick around here. What do you say we get out of here? Sounds like a great idea to you. Bob starts leading you through the maze. There's more of us trapped down here, he explains. We've got kind of a camp set up. He gives you a long stare. I think everyone will be glad to see you, he announces. Very glad. Ooh, march to page 39. This is giving me some, like, creepy cannibal vibes or something, so let's see what happens. Bob moves confidently through the maze. In some areas, though, he motions for you to be quiet. You tiptoe along, and you notice that he keeps his slingshot ready. This maze is an abandoned sub-basement for the whole block, Bob explains. It's full of crazy mixed-up animals. Each one has its own hunting ground. And you fight them with that? You point to Bob's slingshot? Bob shrugs. It's all we've got, he admits. I was lucky with the lion thing. It just hates getting hit in the nose. Soon after, a weird noise echoes through the maze. Shh, shh. Bob stops. His face turns pale. What? You begin. He shakes his hand at you. Quiet, he whispers. Bob seems to be listening carefully. You realize he's trying to figure out where the sound is coming from. At last, he makes up his mind. It'll be here in a second, he whispers. Come on. He boosts you up to the top of the wall and then leaps himself. And misses. He bangs against the plywood, and then you hear a loud hissing sound. Go to page 27. Bob jumps again, and you help him over. Get down, he whispers. But at this moment, the beast arrives. You freeze in terror. The creature has the body of a giant snake, but its head is human. Sort of. In place of hair, hundreds of tiny snakes wriggle at its scalp. A hand grabs your ankle and yanks you down. Bob drags you along in silence through several corridors, and then he finally speaks up. Pretty awful, huh? That's probably the most dangerous monster in the maze. It wraps around you, crushing every bone in your body, and then it swallows you whole. Turn to page 6. Shuddering, you follow Bob. The angry hissing of the snake creature fades, but you find yourself glancing back every few steps. Anything that sounds like a scrape freezes your blood. You don't want to see that thing ever again. All too soon, Bob halts. Wait here, he says, pointing to a doorway. I'll get Russell. Who's Russell, you ask? And why do I have to wait? Russell is our leader, Bob replies. He decides whether or not you can join us. Until then, you're not allowed in our camp. He looks you over again. Don't worry, though. I think you're just what we need. Bob goes off, leaving you by the doorway. This is great, you think. You're lost in a maze where giant snake monsters rule, and now you have to wait alone. Or do you? If you want to choose to follow Bob, choose option 1. Or if you want to obey him and wait, choose option 2. Yeah, they're totally freaking me out, too. Something weird is going on around here. There's still 20 seconds left to vote. For anybody who has not yet, option 1, we follow Bob even though he said not to, or option 2, we listen to him and wait. Okay, everybody wanted to wait, so we are going to page 20. You wait for a long time. Just when you're about to give up and wander off, Bob returns with another older boy. This is Russell, he says. The big boss is tall and skinny, with thick glasses. As he gazes down at you, you're reminded of a stork you once saw in a zoo. Russell bursts into a big smile. Perfect, Bob, he exclaims. Just the right size. You don't like the sound of that. Your Uncle Mel always said the same thing about a turkey at Thanksgiving dinner. What am I perfect for, you demand? I can't tell you. Yet, Russell says mysteriously. Anyway, I've got to test you first. Test me? You cry in disbelief. Yes, Russell goes on. I want you to bend your right leg up till you can catch hold of your ankle with your right hand. Are you serious? You demand. Totally, Russell replies. Do it or don't get in. You heard Russell. Standing on one leg, bend your right foot back and try to catch your ankle. If you succeed, choose option 1. If you fail, choose option 2. I'm like, can we not do that? I think that's easy. I'm gonna try it. I feel like that's like a thing anybody can do as I put my arm out for balance here. We're gonna go with yes. I did it. You cannot do it? What are you talking about? You cannot do it. How can you not do it? Okay, I guess we're voting, you guys. This is not a, it's just a normal thing. It's not even a flexible thing. Okay, I'm starting the poll. Okay, can you do it? I'll demonstrate, maybe. Everyone get excited to see my trash room. Okay, so all you gotta do... This is not hard, you guys. Don't mind my dress. You just pick up your leg and grab it. Can't you do this? Can you do this? Option one is, I don't know, one option is you can do it. Option one is you can do it. Option two is you cannot do it. Just do this thing. This thing. Oh, like in the front? Like, ooh. I mean, I can do it. Barely. Okay. You have no ACL. Well, why'd you go and do that? We're broken. Okay. I can't get it to load. I have no idea what the results of the poll were. Let's see. Okay. You guys said no, you can't do it, so I guess we're not doing it. Page 133. I think this might be the last. Is it the last one? Nope. This book goes to 37. You stretch and stretch, but you can't grab your ankle in your hand. Sorry, you failed the test, Russell says. You'll have to go. Go? This nerdy-looking guy wants you to face this dangerous maze alone? You're furious. You argue, shout, and then plead. But Bob and Russell won't take you to their hideout. Fine, you yell at last. I can make it on my own. I've done all right so far. You stomp off. You're so mad you aren't paying attention to where you're going, and you're making a lot of noise. Still fuming, you step through a doorway and trip over something. It's long, cool, and scary. Scaly. Oops, you just bumped into the snake creature again. Stumble to page 41. Man, y'all are getting us killed with your inflexibility and missing ACLs and stuff. You try to run, but the snake thing moves fast. Its scaly body catches you in the shins. You stumble and fall to the floor. Before you can get up, the thing twists around you. You can't move an arm or a leg. Thick coils of muscle have you all tied up. The snake thing's human face stares into your eyes as its grip slowly tightens. The creature's lips stretch into an evil smile. You're so small. I should let you grow a bit more, it hisses. Really, you squeak? The snake's smile grows bigger and wider until its mouth is large enough to swallow you whole. Nah, the snake replies. Just kidding. Gulp. The end. Two endings. Adorable ending. Gulp. Okay. We're gonna go back and be flexible on page 79 and see what happens this way. Russell almost bursts into applause when you catch your ankle. You're just the person we need, he cries. He turns to Bob. Quick, get the others. We'll be leaving right away. Leaving? You were hoping you would stay at their camp. Somehow it sounds safer than the rest of the maze. And another thing. Why am I just the person you need? You ask suspiciously. Because of your size, Russell answers. Everybody in our group is too big. A shiver runs down your spine. Too big for what, you want to know? Russell looks one way and then the other. He almost seems afraid he'll be overheard. We think we found a way out of here, he whispers. But it will only work for little persons. Turn to page 5. A way out? Count me in, you shout. There might be a way, your heart starts to thump in your chest. There might be a way out of the maze of horrors. And then you start to wonder, why is Russell treating it like a deep, dark secret? Russell sees the look on your face and explains. We're not taking the whole group, only a few. I don't want to raise people's hopes. Besides, I think it'll be safer this way. Safer, you gulp? Taking a small group through a maze full of killer creatures doesn't sound safe to you. You'd be happier in a large group, you say. Like an army? Why does Russell think only a handful of people would be better? When you ask, Russell replies, I don't want to draw attention to us, either from the guy upstairs or from the maze creatures. They'd be sure to spot a big crowd passing through their hunting grounds. Russell shakes his head. And that would be bad, because where we're going is the most dangerous part of the maze. Find more good news on page 29. You gulp. Now you wish you hadn't been so eager to volunteer. But it's too late to back out. Bob appears with 2 more bigger kids, Dan and Alicia. Let's go, he explains. The 5 of you set off. They keep you in the middle. You feel happy about that. And then you realize your new friends have a reason for keeping you safe. You're the only one that'll fit through Russell's way out. You wind through the maze. Bob leads, his slingshot ready. Everybody glances nervously around. And then you hear a loud, squishing sound. Oh no, Russell cries. It's found us. Around the corner comes another horrible creature. This one has the body of a slug and the head of a giant squid. Alicia grabs you as the thing rears back and spits. Turn to page 18. A big glob of goo flies from the creature's mouth. It misses you, but lands on the wall behind you. Immediately, the plywood starts to bubble and hiss. That thing's spit must be acid, if it had touched you. Run, Russell shouts. Alicia drags you around a corner. After a couple minutes of running, the group slows down. It's dangerous, but not fast, Alicia pants. Ahead, Russell and Bob are arguing in whispers. Russell turns to all of you. The spitter is blocking the path we plan to take, he explains. I think we should circle around it, even though that means spending more time in the danger zone. He points at a doorway in the plywood wall. But Bob thinks we can cut through here. The problem is, none of us have been through this part of the maze before. Russell looks at your little group. We'll take a vote. Which way do you want to go? If you want to go along with Russell, which is circling back around and spending more time in the danger zone, or if you think Bob has the better idea to take the shortcut that is of an unknown path, then choose option 2. And go. Option 1, go with Russell the long way. Option 2, unknown shortcut. Okay, we are going with the unknown shortcut. On page 128. You'll go with Bob. After all, he saved you from the lion, bull, eagle monster. He knows what he's doing. Everybody for Bob's route, raise your hand, Russell calls. You raise your hand. So do Dan and Alicia. Bob Shortcut wins. Russell seems annoyed, but he doesn't say anything. As you file along Bob's route, you notice that the walls of the maze are covered in gray gunk. It looks like mold. In some places, there are piles of it on the floor. Have you ever seen this stuff before, Russell asked Bob. The other boy shakes his head. No, and we shouldn't take any chances with it. Nobody touch the walls. The stuff has a sharp, peppery smell. Your nose twitches as you move into a room where it coats the walls thickly. It's too much. You can't help yourself. Choo! Your sneeze blows a clump of the mold loose from the walls, and it swirls around you in a gray cloud. But it doesn't act like any cloud you've ever seen. Instead of spreading out, it gathers in, circling around you and your friends. And then the cloud breaks into 5 separate clouds, one for each of you. Hold your nose and turn to page 111. Tiny gray dots swirl around you. They land, covering your arms, your hands, and your face. You try to brush the stuff away. It won't come off. Bugs, Russell yells in horror. They're teeny tiny bugs. You feel a creepy, crawly sensation on your skin. And then it starts to sting, like millions of pinpricks. You blink your eyes and hold your nose, trying to keep the bugs away. But you feel suddenly weak, as though these tiny things are sucking the juices right out of you. Alicia kneels over, hitting the floor. She's covered in gray gunk. She looks just like those piles of mold you passed in the other room. You must look like one too, you think as you fall. And soon, that's all you'll be. The end. Ooh, so the piles of mold were other people. 3 endings. Oh, okay. Okay, let's try Russell's plan instead. Page 24. You trust Russell. After all, he's the leader. Alicia and Dan agree. The group starts to circle around, but after the first set of zigzags, Russell stops. Spider webs, he whispers. What's the big deal, you wonder? Spiders aren't so scary compared to the maze monsters. You peek around the corner and gasp. The whole hallway is blocked by a giant spider web. Sitting in the middle, its eyes gleaming, is a spider the size of a German shepherd. The group sneaks away and tries another path. You walk and turn and walk. At last you come to a room that's different from the rest. The far wall isn't plywood, it's brick. Russell climbs on Bob's shoulders and he pries out a few of the bricks. Hey, there's a hole in the wall, a tunnel. High above, you see a gleam of bright sunlight. Everybody turns to you. It's up to you, Russell tells you solemnly. You're the only one who can save us. Turn to page 78. Heart beating, you push past your friends and into the darkness. There's not much room. You're hemmed in tight, but you can see a light up ahead. You pay attention to nothing else, working towards it. The light becomes dazzling. Blindly, you shove your way forward, feeling squashed and breathless. You can't move. Are you trapped? With a desperate wiggle, you force yourself a few inches forward. Then, like a cork popping out of a bottle, you're through. You tumble flat on your face. Rough concrete scratches against your cheek, and you feel the sun on your back. You're free! Scrambling to your feet, you dash along the back alley out into the street. Help, you yell. Kidnapping! Monsters! Passerby on the street turn around. You gape in horror. These people have skin like dark green leather. They have giant honeycombed eyes like insects. And they don't talk, they buzz. Buzz on to page 16. You jump back with a horrified scream. These creatures aren't human. They're bugs. Oddly enough, when they see you, The bug people leap back too. They raise stick-like arms in front of their faces. Their buzzing suddenly becomes very shrill. I must look as scary to them as they do to me, you realize. Fighting back your own terror, you manage a friendly smile. What do good aliens say in sci-fi comics? Oh, right. I come in peace, you call. Too bad the bug people don't speak English. Their buzzing rises into a shriek as you walk towards them. You grab your ears at the shrill sounds of hundreds of alien screams. It's worse than the whine of a dentist drill. Ouch. Go to page 93. Please, you beg. I need your help. Friends are trapped. Still shrieking, the bug people start backing away. No, you shout. You run after them, but they jump like huge crickets, 20 feet a leap. In a couple blocks, the bug people leave you far behind. But one of them can't jump away. He, or it, is trapped under an overturned cart. It looks like a rolling hot dog stand, except the Franks are wriggling worm-like things. You lean over the trapped alien. Listen to me, you begin. The bug person flops back. It's fainted. Clearly, you're not going to get any help here. You'll have to go back to the basement and rescue your friends yourself. But how do you get back? How can you find the alley where you arrived on this world? As you gaze around, you realize that all the buildings are identical, hive-like. It seems like you're stuck in this strange world. A world where you're the monster. Oh well, don't bug out. The end. What's one more? 4 endings? I think that's 4 endings. Okay. Our next step back takes us back to where we first got to the camp with Bob, and he told you to stay still, and we decided to listen to him and follow his instructions, and instead we're going to follow him into the camp like he told us not to do. On page 131. I'm not going to hang around like an idiot, you fume. You step through the opening. Now, which way did Bob go? There's yet another hallway. At the far end is a room. See, I was thinking that too. The 131. Drink to our local highway. Okay. As you scout around, you realize that this room is different. The walls are the same old plywood, but there's a trap door in the middle of the concrete floor. Your heart beats faster. Could that be the way out? You've got to investigate. The door is made of wood with a big metal handle. You grab a hold and heave. Get on down to page 110. The trapdoor flies open more easily than you expected. You drop to your knees, eager to explore whatever is down there. But there's no way down. No stairs, no ladder, not even a rope to climb. Fog seeps up through the open trapdoor. As the misty wisps touch you, you shiver. You've never felt anything so cold. On instinct, you try to leap for the doorway, but it's already too late. Your muscles won't obey. They're frozen. The fog is all around you now. A thin film of ice forms on your skin. Dimly, you notice Bob and another boy, peering through the doorway at you. You were right, Bob. It was a trap, the strange boy says. That kid was just what we needed. Better a stranger should get hurt than one of us. That's all you hear. And then the icicles on the front half pull you off balance, and you topple forward into the dark hole. Sploosh! You plunge into icy black water. A swift current whirls you away. What is happening, you wonder foggily. And then you pass out. Wash up on page 137, which actually is the last page of the book. Drink to the last page of the book. When you wake up again, the first thing you notice is that you're really cold. The second thing you notice is that you're lying on a metal table, surrounded by people in white coats. You blink. What's up, you ask? Where am I? The kid's alive, a man cries. It's a medical miracle. As it turns out, the people in the white coats are scientists studying the ice in Antarctica. Imagine their surprise when they found you, frozen into one of the icebergs, alive. No one knows how you got all the way to Antarctica, or how you stay alive inside your ice coating. For the next 2 weeks, you're poked and prodded by dozens of doctors. Finally, they give up and send you home. That's when the newspapers and TV stations start calling. They all want the life story of the ice kid. And then they offer you big bucks. Soon you'll have so much money you don't know how to spend it. Well, actually, you've got a few ideas. Starting with a trip to the comic book store. The end. Booger is enjoying the comic book store with us today, apparently. Say hi, Booger. Say hi. Say, I'm a crazy cat who's so mean to everybody. Okay. So quick fun share, because on this last page it's showing that this book was from Walpole Northeast in Hagersville, Ontario, which is really great. But even better, it's still got the library card in the back, which is actually for the wrong book, but it's still great. So look at all of these people that took it out. So I'm excited to have the library copy of this book. Booger's back to help. Booger! Okay, let's keep going. That was ending number 5, though. 5 endings. Okay. Onward. Okay, so our next stop back is when we met Cammy and Jack the first time, and then we decided to go off on our own, and then it sounded like they were following us. We decided to run once it sounded like they were following us, but instead we're going to try and hide on page 125. I'm ahead of them, you think, and I'm good at hide and seek. On tiptoe, you sneak through the maze. At last, you find a little room with only one doorway. It's hidden behind some old sheets of plywood. They'll never find you here. But in just a few minutes, you hear an odd noise. It sounds like someone sniffling, trying not to cry. As the sound gets louder, you realize it's not someone sniffling, but someone sniffing. A weird, humped shadow appears in the doorway. It looks like a dog sniffing out a trail. No, it's a shaggy-headed boy crawling along with his nose on the floor. Jack! A chill trickles down your spine. A second later, Jack and Cammy block the door. Turn to page 109. You gulp, but their faces seem friendly. Why don't you come with us, Cammy suggests, stepping up to you. You'll be just in time for dinner. That's right, Jack chimes in, taking your arm in a firm grip. You try to shake off his hand, but you can't get free. What is there to eat down here, you ask. Oh, we just take whatever falls our way, Cammy grins at you. You suddenly notice how big her teeth are, and how pointed. Jack's smile reveals the same big, sharp fangs. Hope you don't have a sweet tooth, because it doesn't look as if you'll be around for dessert. The end. Booger! Hey! You're naughty! Oh my gosh, you guys. Hey! Sorry, he's destroying important things. You get out of there. Get down. Okay. Crisis averted. Maybe. Damn it, Booger. I feel like that's just that's like the theme of the stream now, is Damn it, Booker. Why do you gotta destroy everything? This is why we can't have nice things. Well, that was our 6th ending. You guys are real quiet tonight, so sorry that I'm boring. Okay, so we're going back to meeting Jack and Cammy the first time, and they told me to go with them. And last time we decided to just go on our own instead, but this time we will go with them. On page 124. These dirty, weird-looking kids know more about this maze than you do. I'll go with you, guys, you decide. Fine, Cammy replies. Follow us. They lead you quickly through the maze. You're more lost than ever now. They yank you back when you reach a doorway. Jack raises a finger to his lips. The be quiet sign. You don't understand why. It sounds as if somebody's using a chainsaw on the other side. But as you tiptoe through, you find the noise doesn't come from a machine. It comes from a pile of bandages on the floor. No, wait. Those bandages are wrapped around a body. Ugh, a mummy. And the mummy isn't dead. It's snoring. Jack steps right over the sleeping creature. So does Cammy. They both beckon to you. The mummy makes weird gargling noises as you go to step over it. You're shaking so badly, your toe pokes the creature right in the side. The snores stop. Withered eyelids open. Dried out eyes like black raisins glare up at you. Get out of there on page 60. Ooh, I am not a fan of mummies, so that's not a great time. You leap straight into the air and zoom past Cammy and Jack. For the next few twists and turns through the maze, you lead the way. They finally catch up with you. Take it easy, Jack pants. Old Means probably went right back to sleep. Yeah, Cammy adds. Booger! Get out of there! Just gonna keep throwing makeup brushes at him. Get out! Yeah, Cammy adds. After a couple of 1,000 years, he needs his rest. That you gasp. That really was a mummy? Cammy nods. The maze is full of old-time monsters. That's why you have to. Look out! Jack suddenly yells. You turn just in time to see a figure leap from the top of a maze wall. All you see is a pair of blazing red eyes flying towards you. There's barely time to raise an arm to protect yourself. The eyes are right on you, and you feel hot breath on your face. And then jaws clamp shut on your arm. Use your free hand to turn to page 101. A werewolf, you shriek. Help, it's got me. And then you notice your arm isn't bleeding. It doesn't even hurt. The creature has no teeth. Whining like an unhappy dog, the beast man leaps away. You were lucky, Cammy says. If that had turned out to be the frenzied flesh eater, she shakes her head. The maze creatures are all from Milo's horror comic, Jack explains. Frankenstein, Means, Wolfie. No way, you burst out. Those things don't exist. You saw them, Jack insists. It's Milo's magic. Jack and Cammy start walking again. You tag after them. Wait, if Milo is magic, why didn't he save his comic book? Why is he stuck running that dopey shop, you demand? You turn a corner and crash into your two guides. They're frozen in the doorway of a big room. It's full of kids, and facing them is Milo the mutant, you gasp. He hasn't spotted you. Should you jump him, or should you run? If you want to try and tackle Milo, choose option 1. If you'd rather get out of there and run off, then choose option 2. Well, Booger looks evil right now. He's probably mad at me. And go. Option 1 is tackling Milo, or option 2, running away. And welcome to whoever. I don't know who the captain of the A team is. Is it Mr. T? Is he the captain? I don't know who the captain is. We still have 15 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, we're going to try and tackle Milo. Or option 2, to run and get out of there. Oh, I paused the music too soon. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Okay, option 1 it is. We are going to tackle Milo. Page 123. Milo is ranting as you, Cammy, and Jack sneak up on him. I didn't do all this for fun, you know, the pumpkin-faced little man yells. You're all down here for a very serious reason, and I want you to... Yow! Milo yells in shock as the three of you pile into him. For a little guy, he's surprisingly strong. Maybe he gets his muscles from shifting around those huge boxes of comics. But, strong or not, there are more of you than there are of him. In a short, sharp battle, but in the end, Jack has Milo's right arm, Cammy holds down his left, and you're perched on his chest. You did it, one of the captive kids cheers. You got Milo. Proceed in triumph to 108. Something is in my face. Everyone in the room is whooping and hollering to celebrate your victory. You peer down at the helpless former comic book host. He seems oddly calm. Fine, you yell over the noise. We got him. Now what do we do with him? Make him let us go, one of the kids yells. Yeah, Cammy cries. Milo must know the way out of here. But you find yourself thinking back to the speech Milo was making when you tackled him. He said he had a very serious reason for keeping the kids in the maze. What could it be? If you want to tell Milo to let everyone go, we're going to choose option 1. Or if you ask Milo what he's up to, we're going to choose option 2. Also, I'm real jealous of your DoorDash Red Lobster because that sounds like a great time. But not great enough for me to also order it because it would probably cost $400. And I'm not down for that. Okay, we still have 30 seconds left to vote. We can tell Milo to let all the kids go, or ask Milo what he is up to. I was like, only one person voted. There's 13 seconds left. We need more votes, more than 2 votes out of the minimum 5 viewers that we've got. Anyone? You did accidentally negate your vote. So, I guess we're just gonna go with option 2. We're gonna ask him what's up. Okay. Page 40. Oh, it makes sense. It's page 40, like the $40 that you just spent on Red Lobster. Why, you ask? Why did you do this to us? Milo looks at you in surprise. You know, you're the only one who has ever asked. This is the deal, kid. I've got a shot at a comeback. One of the TV networks wants to make a show out of the seller of scary stories. He frowns. But they're not sure my stuff is scary enough. So I got my old creature crew together and glomped a bunch of kids to see if we still got it. So what do you think? You remember the slow-moving Frankenstein, the snoozing mummy, the toothless werewolf. To tell you the truth, you answer, your creatures seem pretty, lame. Lame? Milo growls. Lame? Your prisoner flings you off. Uh-oh. Hey guys, you call the other kids. I could use a little help. Milo makes a magical gesture. All the other kids disappear. You're alone with Milo the mutant. So, Milo glares at you. The greatest monsters of all time aren't scary enough for you. You think you could do better? Answer Milo on page 135. You might as well go for it. Yes, you answer boldly. I could do better. Yeah, right, Milo scoffs. Okay, close your eyes and think of the scariest creature you can. You close your eyes and you remember a horrifying creature from a book you read, a Goosebumps book. The creature, King Jellyjam, was a huge, quivering balloon made out of purple slime. Its watery yellow eyes peered over a blob of a nose running with white goo. It had big, rubbery lips that blubbered and burped, and it smelled like dirty sweat socks filled with rotten fish. Or worse. And its gross, gooey body was always sweating. Not just plain sweat. King Jellyjam sweated live snails. You open your eyes to tell Milo about the creature. Uh-oh. This is really bad. Milo is changing, mutating, into King Jellyjam. Shiver to page 84. Whoa, Milo must have read your mind and changed himself into your worst nightmare. His new body heaves and wobbles, and he stares down at you through King Jellyjam's gooshy yellow eyes. Well, he asks in a deep, gurgling voice, what do you think? Am I scary enough? You gag. You'd almost forgotten that King Jellyjam had disgusting bad breath, but Milo got it down perfectly. Your teeth are chattering so badly you can't answer right away, but that gives you a chance to think. Is Milo playing with you? Does he just want you to admit you're scared before he does you in? On the other hand, Milo is in an unfamiliar body now. Maybe he doesn't know how it works yet. Maybe you should try to beat him. If you want to admit that you're scared, choose option 1. If you want to try and go up against Milo, choose option 2. Don't even think about it, booger. Get out of there. Okay. King Jellyjam. I don't know how you're gonna dress up like that. But, I mean, I guess it could be post-apocalyptic. We only got one vote, you guys. One vote with 13 seconds left. Is no one else watching? Is it just me and Ashley? And Ashley a second time? Okay. Option 1. We are going to admit we're scared on page 32. Okay, I give, you croak. You're scary. The mutated Milo monster grabs you with huge purple hands. Stinking slime oozes over you as he holds you in front of his face. His yellow eyes blaze. You're sure, he demands? You're sure I'm scary? You can't answer because you're holding your breath. Boy, does he reek. The sour stench washes over you. You can feel it on your face. It stings like acid. Milo shakes you. Answer me, his monster voice booms. Yes, you scream. Yes, I'm sure you're scary. Now, it's not only your face that hurts. The skin all over your body seems to bubble and sag. So do the organs inside. Even your bones seem to be melting. Well, what's happening to me, you scream. Your throat feels clogged with slime, and your eyes go all blurry. Will you be able to read what happens on page 113? When your eyes clear, you find Milo standing over you. He's changed back to his usual ugly but not so scary self. A big grin stretches across his warty face. You didn't kill me?" you stammer. Your voice, it comes out as a gurgling roar. "Kill you?" Milo laughs. "Kid, you're my gold mine. I'm going to make you my partner, my star." "What?" you sit up and bob squishily for a moment. "What's going on? Why is Milo so far below?" You wipe a drop of sweat off your forehead. "Ugh, where did that snail come from? And when did your hand turn purple?" "Oh no, Milo has mutated you into King Jelly Jam." "We'll make tons of money," Milo gloats. He waves a hand in front of his face. "Of course, some of it will have to go on breath mints and deodorant for you." Your show is a big hit. You start with TV, but soon you're starring in movies. Huge crowds turn out whenever you make a personal appearance. They love you. But the real moneymaker is your El Grosso snail farms. Where do you get these snails? No sweat. The end. Okay, that was kind of a weird one that you started a snail farm, but you know, that's okay. I think 7, correct. 7 endings. My nose is so itchy, I just want to itch it. Ugh. Okay. Going back, let's try and go up against Milo instead of admitting we're scared on page 14. You're going to fight, even though it takes all your courage just to gaze at Milo's new rubbery face. You try to remember the story you read. The girl who told the story managed to defeat King Jelly Jam. But how? Terror has got your mind all mixed up. Did she push King Jelly Jam into an oven? No, that was the ending to an old fairy tale. The gross purple face snorts at you. Your stomach gurgles the sour stink of bad breath. Is that what destroyed King Jelly Jam? Did he suffocate from his own smell? Think, how would you destroy a huge purple body? One that looks just like a slime-filled balloon. Did the girl in this story poke King Jelly Jam so he popped? Those big yellow eyes are getting a nasty look. Time to decide. Do you want to poke King Jelly Jam, or do you want to try and suffocate the giant creature? Choose option 1 to poke him, or choose option 2 to suffocate him. Go. The poll. That's all I've been getting. And everyone chose option 1. We're going to poke King Jelly Jam on page 8. You reach into your pocket and grab your keys. They're the sharpest thing you have on you. And then, lowering your head, you charge. You hold your arm straight out with the longest key jutting out of your wrist. Die, monster, you yell. Quivering purple flesh quakes in front of you. You ram into it at full speed. But King Jelly Jam's body doesn't pop like a balloon. It just gives way and then bounces back. And you're sent flying until you're caught in a giant hand. Die? Is that what you said? Milo's voice asks. The hand brings you high over the hideous purple face. Rubbery lips open to reveal big, stained yellow teeth. 2 pink tongues waggle at you as the hand lets go. Fire. Maybe I should have tried fire, you think, as you dropped into the huge, hungry mouth. The end. That is going to be 8 endings. Oof. E-I-G. GHT. 8 endings. Okay. Let's see what happens if we try to suffocate him instead on page 11. You form a plan. You just hope you're right. A slimy purple hand grabs you. Answer me. Milo's voice gurgles out of King Jelly Jum's body. Am I scary enough? Tears run down your face from his stench. You raise a hand to your ear. You ask? What's that you say? The creature's watery yellow eyes bulge out in fury. Am I scary enough for you? The awful voice roars. The smell is growing even worse. You choke and cough, but you manage to gasp. You'll have to speak up. Milo sucks in a huge breath. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Sorry, cats are being weird again. Milo sucks in a huge breath to yell at you. Snails rattle to the floor as his body swells. His hand squeezes you painfully, and then it loosens. The yellow eyes cross. King Jelly Jam's body topples with a splat. You got it right. In the book, King Jelly Jam was suffocated by his own stink. You made it happen. It seems that the end of Milo means the end of this magic maze, too. The walls shimmer and melt, revealing a cave. Not far away, a set of stairs leads upwards towards light. You start climbing. You just want to go home, get some rest, and recover from your incredible adventure. And take a bath. You stink. The end. Okay, 9 endings. I'm a little concerned about how that ending is kind of a cop-out because, like, if he suffocated on his own stink, like, wouldn't you have also suffocated before he did because, like, you're littler than him? I don't know. I don't know what to think about that one. Okay. So we're going back. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. When we first tackled Milo and we had him pinned, instead we're going to try and tell him to let everyone go instead of asking him what he's up to on page 77. Oh my gosh. Booger. He is just being a lovely addition to this household tonight. So he's just perched over here on this box, precariously clawing at it, and I just can't stop. Booger. Oh my god. Cool. Did I lose my place? Nope, I did not. Okay, we're telling him to let everybody go. You shake a fist under Milo's nose. Okay, Milo, it's over, you yell. Let us all go, or you'll be sorry. Milo just laughs. No, you'll be sorry. Don't you know I'm a mutant? I can change into any kind of creature I want to be. He gives you an evil smile. Here's one I call the Glob. The chest you're sitting on starts to wobble like jello. You gasp as Milo's skin turns transparent, and then he dribbles bonelessly out of his clothes. Cammy and Jack leap back, screaming. You try to jump too, but Milo's new form oozes around your legs. He's not just gooey, he's gluey. You can't get free of Milo's slimy self. He's up to your knees, your hips. Now you're almost completely covered by the Glob. Desperately, you try to peel Milo's glob form off of yourself. Help, you try to shriek, but your air is cut off. You look at your arm, and your flesh is beginning to blur. Milo is absorbing you. Too bad you lose this time. The end. More cat fights. What can I throw at the cat? I don't know. Dribble bonelessly. Yeah, that was my favorite line in the book. So, 10 endings, you guys. We are maybe halfway-ish through all the endings tonight. We're going back to, okay, back to the werewolf and then Milo. And we chose to tackle Milo, and we're going to run away instead once we see him on page 44. Milo's ears twitch. He begins to turn around. He heard you. Everybody run, you yell. Jack and Cammy take off as if they're training for the Olympics. You try your best to keep up. You can't let them out of your sight, or you'll be totally lost. Your lungs are burning by the time your new friends stop. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm sorry. Where are we? Jack asks. Cammy stares. What do you mean? I thought you were keeping track of our route. They begin to argue. Great. Now you're all lost. Jack suddenly breaks off and stares at the wall, and he points. Look. Both Jack and Cammy turn pale. You glance at the symbol scratched into the plywood beside the doorway. A capital D. What does it mean, you ask? D stands for danger, Cammy whispers. She looks scared. It means we've reached the danger zone. This is where this sick guitar riff would really come in handy. Find out more on page 23. What's the danger zone, you ask? And how could it be worse than a maze full of monsters? Jack only shakes his head. No one knows, he replies. Nobody's ever come out to tell us. Yikes, you shiver. So how do we get out? I bet we aren't in it yet, Cammy argues. After all, somebody marked this doorway with the sign. She taps the scratch D. That must mean that it leads to the danger zone, and we should stay away. Jack peeks around the doorway. Hey, he bursts out. There's a mark on the other side of this door, too. That means that this side leads to the danger zone, too. Jack and Cammy begin to argue again. Sighing, you lean back against the plywood wall and rest your feet. But when your shoulders hit the wood, the panel suddenly gives under your weight. It twirls around like a revolving door and dumps you on the other side. Spin over to page 87. 87. Cheers for the year I was born. You pound against the trick panel. It doesn't budge. Jack? Cammy, you yell? What's going on? They shout back. We've never seen a wall like that before. In spite of everything you do, the wooden panel stays stuck. Just keep going, Cammy calls to you. Sooner or later, the maze must come together again. You go through the nearest door and into the hallway beyond, shouting to your friends. But after a few turns, their voices sound farther away. And then you can't hear them at all. Then you hit another big room. It's different from anything else you've seen in the maze. The floor is covered by a puddle, yards wide. There's just a little bit of dry space by the walls. What is that stuff, you mutter? It looks like black ink. Hearing your name called, you look up. There's a doorway at the other side of the room. And there are Jack and Cammy. Come on, Jack cries. Let's get out of here. You could walk through the gloppy puddle, or maybe you should try to edge around it, hugging the walls. If you want to walk straight through, choose option 1. If you want to try going around, choose option 2. Clover, could you just not be bad for a minute? For like a minute? This is my booger calm the heck down tonight face. Why you gotta be a troublemaker? Stop it. I'm just gonna keep bothering you until you go away. Yeah, go away. Don't go that way. It's a tie. Okay. Since we're in the danger zone, I'm just gonna say that we should just walk straight through the puddle. See what happens on page 21. We only live once, right? Or a lot of, like, approximately 20 times in these books. I'm there, you call, sloshing through the puddle. The mystery goo is barely an inch deep, but it gushes stickily under your shoes as you walk. Ugh, let's book, you say the moment you reach your friends. Phew, okay. You're still lost in the danger zone, but at least you're all together again. Keeping an eye out for traps, the three of you go onward. You're starting to wonder about this danger zone, though. Why is it so dangerous, you ask Cammy and Jack. Like an answer, a weird snuffing sound comes from the distance. You don't know what it is, and you don't want to know what it is. You, Cammy, and Jack start walking faster. But the noise behind you comes closer and closer. Is it sniffing out our trail, you ask worriedly? Cammy peers over her shoulders. It doesn't have to. Glancing back the way you came, you groan. Stretching behind you is a trail of big, gooey, black footprints. Thinking fast, you run to a doorway, leaving a clear trail. And then you kick off your shoes and toss them as far as you can. Quick, go the other way, you whisper. Rush to page 9. All of you hurry on fearfully. The snuffly noise fades away. After several more twists and turns, you find a long, straight hallway. At the end are 3 openings. Watch out for traps, Jack whispers. I'll take the left, Cammy gets the middle, you take the right. Sneaking down the hall, you peer through your doorway. Hey, this must be the storeroom for the comic shop upstairs. It's packed with hundreds of boxes of comic books. And then Cammy calls excitedly, In here, quick! You and Jack join her in a room that's very different from the rest of the maze. It has wallpaper and a rug. A reading lamp stands beside a big armchair. And there's a bed in the corner. And there's a full-length mirror in an old-fashioned frame against one wall. Cammy steps up to it, and the mirror begins to glow. She sticks out her hand, and it sinks right in. A magic mirror, you cry. Maybe it's the way out. Cammy stands frozen in front of the mirror. Should you let her try to step through? Or will you push in first? If you want to let Cammy go first, choose option 1. Or if you push ahead, choose option 2. We got one vote. Somebody else vote. Everyone vote. Option 1 is to let Cammy go through the mirror first. Option 2 is for us to jump past them and us go first instead. Because why wouldn't we want to be the first one through a mystery portal that could do anything or bring us anywhere? Okay. We have chosen option 2. We're going first on page 78. Heart beating, you push past your friends and into the darkness. There's not much room. You're hemmed in tight, but you can see a light up ahead. You pay attention to nothing else. Working towards it, the light becomes dazzling. Blindly, you shove your way forward, feeling squashed and breathless. And it's a time loop to the bug world. So that was our first time loop at 10 endings. Okay. We are going to let her go first on page 118. I'll go first, Cammy declares. She leans into the glowing mirror, and then she jumps back. Whoa. A face has appeared in the mirror. Milo the mutant. What are you doing in my room? He yells. We've got to get away, Cammy cries. She turns to you. What's beyond your doorway? Just a room, you reply, full of boxes of comics. I didn't get a chance to look through my door, Jack complains. You called me in here. You hurry to Jack's doorway and gasp. Stretching up to a trap door in the ceiling is a ladder. It's made of dark wood carved into twisting shapes. Snakes, dragons, weirder creatures. It's beautiful, but strange. You step towards the ladder. It suddenly begins to glow red. Wind swirls around it, flinging you back. The glowing form shrinks down until it's barely a foot tall. Milo's laughter echoes from the mirror next door. You take care of the magic ladder, he cries. Now I'll start the spell to take care of you. You gawk helplessly at the trapdoor in the ceiling. If only you could get up there. So near, yet so far. Move it to page 52. Even if you climbed on each other's shoulders, you wouldn't make it up to the ceiling. But then you get an idea. Follow me, you cry. Rushing to the storeroom, you pull on a box of comics. We can use these to build a stairway. Jack and Cammy leap into action. You shift box after box, banging and crashing. These things are heavy. What's that noise? What are you doing? Milo yells from his mirror. Am I going to have to come down there? You're too busy to answer. You pile up a stairway of boxes. Jack and Cammy hold it steady as you scramble up. The pile begins to shudder. As the cartons fall apart, you leap, clinging to the edge of the trapdoor. It takes all your strength, but you pull yourself through. You made it. I'll get help, you call down to Cammy and Jack. You peer around, and you're behind the counter in the comic shop. The whole building shakes as boxes crash below. Comics flutter up through the hole. You grab one in midair and shove it in your pocket as you run for the door. Below, Milo screams wildly. You can't get away, he howls. You'll ruin everything. Hurry to page 7. You dash out into the street shouting for help. A block away, you find 2 police officers. They give you a funny look as you tell them what happened, but they follow you to the store. Here's the place, you exclaim, leading them to the comics dungeon. Hey, that's weird. The place is locked up. Through the window, you see only an empty, dusty shop. It looks as if it's been vacant for months. A neighboring store owner has the key. A search shows the place is bare. No Milo, no comics, no seller. I was there. I was, you insist. The police don't believe you. But when you step outside, you spot Jack and Cammy, looking dazed. One officer stares. I know those kids. They disappeared a couple weeks ago. In the next few days, dozens of lost kids turn up all over town. None of them seem to remember where they've been. No one believes your story. And you start to doubt it yourself. Until you find the comic you stuffed into your pocket. It's the first issue of Super Doer, the one from Horace's slideshow. Okay, so people don't believe your story. But they have to believe the mansion you bought after you sold your rare comic book for tons of money. The end. Oh, I'm just thinking, I'm pretty sure he said that book was worth like $200,000 or something. And I'm like, oh, the days where you could buy a mansion for $200,000. It's like you barely get like a normal house for $200,000. I gotta double check. Yep, it's worth nearly $200,000. You bought a mansion with it. Weird. I just got a welcome to the chat room. I don't know if things disappeared for a second or something, but cool. Our next step backwards is we're going back to the room filled with like gross ooze stuff, and we're gonna try and skirt around the edge instead of walking straight through it on page 28. I don't want to get this black gunk on my shoes, you declare. Hold on a minute. You creep along the edge of the big black puddle. Your back is right against the splintery wooden wall. About halfway around the puddle, you notice bubbles rising from the gluey goo. As they pop, they let out a horrible stink. P.U. You squinch up your eyes and hold your nose. Bad move. You should have kept an eye on the puddle. When you look again, a large, scaly head is rising from the glop. That puddle must be a lot deeper than you thought. A pale green forked tongue flicks out and wraps around your ankle. You can't pull loose. Desperately, you claw at the plywood wall, but there's nothing to hold on to. And Cammy and Jack are too far away to help. You're dragged into the oily black goo. You've got a sinking feeling. As your head goes under the surface, you realize you're licked. The end. Oh, I forgot to call out the last ending. So that one was 11 and then 12. So we are at 12 endings with one time loop still. Okay. We are closing in on the back half. We are back to where we first saw Frankenstein. And we had the option to run away or to sneak away. And we chose sneak. We are going to choose run instead on 86. You laugh to yourself as you run through the maze. Frankenstein may be strong, but he is so slow. How did he ever catch the people in the movies? The creature's cries get even fainter as you pound along. Finally, at the end of a long hall, you stop to catch your breath. But you've only rested for a moment when a familiar shadow appears against the wall. A second later, Frankenstein comes staggering down the hall. His claw-like hands grope for you. Narg! The creature cries. The scent of decaying meat fills your nose. He may be slow, but he's still plenty scary. Shuddering, you dodge through the first doorway you see. Dashing down a new hall, you quickly outrun Frankenstein's staggering steps. Man, you mutter, that was too close. How did he catch up to me so quickly? And then you get it. Of course, the creature lives in the maze. It knows all the shortcuts. Run to page 71. Well, you reason, if Frankenstein catches up to me again, I can always run faster. But the idea of Frankenstein popping up again worries you. You turn to glance over your shoulder as you run. Bonk! You see stars. You ran straight into a wall. You glance quickly around the room. There's no way out, except for the doorway you entered. And standing in that doorway is Frankenstein. The creature doesn't even snarl as it stalks towards you. You're caught, fair and square. And as Frankenstein starts painfully trying to unscrew your head from your neck, you remember how the monster caught its victims. They all wound up running into a dead end. Oh, that's a good one. 13 endings. Okay. We are got 2 left here. Okay, so now the first time we just entered the maze and we thought something was following us, and we decided to go back and see what it was, and it was Frankenstein. So instead, we're going to run on page 50 and see where that takes us. You walk faster and faster until you break into a run. At first, the footsteps fade, and then you hear a loud clomping, as if there's a herd of elephants on your heels. Oh, it's a time loop. This is where the bull feathered eagle lion was chasing us. So 13 endings, 2 time loops. And that brings us back to our very first choice in the book, which means it is time to take a break. It is 9:14. I'm gonna say we'll do 11 minutes. So we'll be back at 9:25. And if I can get some music playing on here, I don't know if it's gonna let me. This is something entirely different. I was playing music by my friend Tim. He just wrote this new chiptunes thing, which is pretty great. But I'm not gonna, it's not gonna work. So, I don't know, what should I put on instead? Last time I just put the Monster Mash on repeat because I didn't know what else, and I was hoping it wasn't copyright infringement. We have got music feed. It's a break. I'm trying, and I don't know how to find anything. Following. But I can't listen to his music by doing that. This is really boring. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm just gonna play this song on repeat instead. And it's just gonna get edited out because it's copyrighted, but it's fine. It's appropriate. So please get annoyed by this song, listening to it 5 times.
Coming not to be fucked with.
Okay, I'm actually done. But Booger crawled back up here and we were doing a cute photo shoot. So check out this adorable picture that Booger and I just took. Look how cute we are. Yep. Maximum snuggles. Even though he's a big old troublemaker today, I still love him anyway. So, yep. I'm surprised he's letting me do this for real though. He is not usually a fan of this kind of attention. He just likes the face scratches and that's about it. Is anybody back? Do we want to start the book? Oh my gosh, this lazy bum. It's just being so cute though. Booger. Hey, lazy bum. You're weird. He's like, huh, me? We're back? Are you back, Binks? Yeah, everyone's back. Okay. Okay. Maybe if he'll just stay here cuddling, that would be a better option for me as well. Crab hands? You got crab. Dang. Please tell me you ordered like 10,000 Cheddar Bay biscuits. Please. If you did not, you wasted your whole order from Red Lobster. So... yeah. Also, if you did, I'm there for it. So I'll come eat them for you when I'm done. Okay, so we are back to our very first choice in the book. We're going to start the second half here, where we decided to go downstairs to where it said there was horror, because we are such horror fans, obviously, here. But we are going to check out the spinning comic rack instead. And I feel like there's just booger hair everywhere. We're going to page 12. Take those stickies out of here. No stickies. You've got to see if that $2 comic is really the famous first issue of Super Doer. But when you grab the spinner rack, it starts to turn by itself. Still worse, the metal rack seems to have glued itself to your hand. You can't let go. Your jaw drops as the moving rack yanks you off your feet, and you're dragged around in a circle, and the rack keeps speeding up. Soon, to your horror, you can't touch the floor anymore. It's like some sort of weird carnival ride. The rack is whizzing around, and you're flying through the air. Hey, mister, you yell to the store owner. But the words are torn from your lips by a screaming wind. You feel as if you're caught in a tornado. You clench your teeth to keep from groaning. Your body is stretched out, like you're a warm piece of taffy. You shift your grip. One hand touches the comic on the rack. The comic starts to glow. And now suddenly, there's a new pull. You're being sucked into the glowing comic. Fly to page 103. Your body feels as if giants have been using you for a game of tug-of-war. You're sick and dizzy from the spinning. But you notice something is wrong. The world seems strangely flat. The colors aren't very bright. You peer up at an incredibly blue sky. Sky? Wait a minute. How did you get outside? An elbow jabs you. Someone steps on your foot. You aren't just outside. You're in a crowd. And what a crowd. You're packed in so tightly you can barely move. The person behind you is actually breathing down your neck. Could this be a parade? What's going on, you ask? No one answers, but a voice cries, "Here it comes!" A shadow falls across you. When you see what's blocking the sunlight, your eyes grow big. It's a gigantic tin can with arms, legs, and a head. No, it's a robot. I don't believe this, you gasp in a strangled voice. You better believe it. That thing is as big as a skyscraper, and it is striding straight towards you. Go to page 69. Yikes, you shout. Everybody run! You push, you shove, you try to get out of the giant robot's path. But the crowd is too thick. You're trapped. Hey, a whiny voice says in your ear. I know you. You turn and spot a familiar face in the crowd. It's a kid from school named Wally. Come to think about it, he hasn't been in class lately. Where are we, you cry. What's going on? You just got here on the Spinner Rack Express, huh? Wally asks. Okay, I'll make this fast. You're stuck inside a comic, in the comic book universe. You roll your eyes. Yeah, right. It's true, Wally insists. Now here's the deal. We can shift from comic to comic using a magic word, but if you use it too often, you'll turn into an ink blot. He shudders. It happened to the kid I was with, Alex. He tried to leave this comic, and now he's just a smear. You glance anxiously at the robot. It's awfully close. We'll be smeared too if we don't get out of here, you declare. Turn to page 33. The crowd still isn't moving, and the robot is only a couple giant steps away. Have you used these magic words, you ask? Wally nods. I started out in another comic. I was some superhero's dopey sidekick, and then I met Alex and we came here. All you have to do is think of another comic and say the words. Okay, that gets you to another comic, but isn't there a way to get back home? Back to the real universe, you ask? Wally glances at you. I think so. A mad scientist can send you, but you have to talk him into helping you. You can barely hear him. People are screaming and bumping into you. What are the magic words, you beg? Wally closes his eyes, thinking, and then he yells, Guest shot! And he disappears. You think of the two comics you've been studying on the comic rack. Both of them have mad scientist villains. Will the magic words take you to them? Time to find out. You close your eyes. If you want to visit the world of Super Doer, you're going to choose option 1. If you like Ballistic Bug better, then you're going to choose option 2. Did I totally skim past page 69 and not pay attention? I did! Go back before the poll starts. We're drinking to page 69. I'm so sorry. And now we will vote in the poll, which is not yet open. Option 1 to visit the world of Super Doer, or option 2 to visit the world of Ballistic Bug. And I will find more Jeopardy music. We got it. We're on this. Success. Super Don'ter? What? Super Doer. Doer. I also have to say that this lipstick is like killing it for me tonight. It's not like coming off on my stuff, and it looks really cool because I lined it with a darker color, so it's kind of like lighter in the middle. This was a win-win. So thank you, Everlasting by Kat Von D. I actually really like all of the Kat Von D makeup that I've gotten before, so that's a thing. Maybe I'll get an endorsement or something. Okay, we chose option 2. We're going with the Ballistic Bug on page 66. You shriek at the top of your lungs. Guest shot! When you open your eyes, everything is still dark. For a second, you think it's the shadow of the robot's foot coming down. And then you realize it's nighttime. With a sigh, you lean against a nearby brick wall. You made it. You're safe. Of course, now you have to find out where you are. Too bad it's so dark. Suddenly, yellow light glares around you, and you blink. You're blinded. And then you hear a faint buzz. It raises to a whine. Your dazzled eyes see a figure in a tight brown costume with flashing insect's wings coming out of the back. Ballistic Bug! You're in big trouble, the bug says menacingly. Trouble? You look down. There are tools in your hand. You also notice an open safe next to you. Uh-oh, you're a burglar. Ballistic Bug doesn't like burglars. He better jump to someplace new, and fast. To jump to a different adventure of Ballistic Bug, choose option 1. Or to try a totally new comic, choose option 2. We got 1 vote in for a new comic, which seems strange because everyone voted for this comic, so I don't know why we want to move to a different one already, but that's okay. Oh no, we're split. Let's get some more votes, 5 viewers. Somebody else vote in here? Anyone? 4 seconds left. Okay. Well, I am going to tie break it and choose that we're jumping to a different adventure of Ballistic Bug on page 70. You think hard, and then you yell, "Guest shot!" Instantly, the shadows vanish in bright fluorescent light. "Golly," a voice says in your ear, "look at that." You gaze around. Huh? You're in the middle of a bunch of school kids dressed in old-fashioned clothes. What's the deal? You expected to find yourself in another adventure of Ballistic Bug. Instead, you've been dropped into some nerdy school trip. Nervously, you glance upward. With your luck, another giant robot will turn up any second. "Gosh, Pee-wee," the girl beside you exclaims. "We're visiting a nuclear power plant. Isn't that neat?" "Yeah," a bigger kid with a black crew cut sneers. "Maybe for a dweeb like Pee-wee Parkbench." Oh my god, that's... I, want to just throw this book in the trash right now. Okay. Is he talking about you? You glance down at yourself, and your eyes bug out. Weirder and weirder. You've changed into a nerdy-looking character in a bow tie. And then you realize who you're supposed to be. Pee-wee Parkbench, the secret identity of Ballistic Bug. Turn to page 72. The kid with the buzz cut punches past, stomping on your toes. "Hey," you complain in a geeky voice. "Watch it." "Make me," Buzzcut sneers. You grin. Okay, he asked for it. You try to call upon Ballistic Bug's insect strength. Nothing happens. And then you remember what the girl next to you said. This must be the famous visit to the nuclear power plant, the one where Pee-wee gets his incredible superpowers. You don't have them yet. Get the details on page 120. You tag along with the tour group, thinking hard. You don't even glance at the huge, powerful machines in the nuclear plant. Instead, you keep your eyes peeled for a glowing insect. That's the creature that will bite Pee-wee Parkbench and give him his amazing insect powers. At last, you spot the bug. Whoa, that thing is ugly. It's obviously some kind of nuclear mutant. It looks like an overgrown roach with a huge, nasty stinger. You couldn't really see that part in the comics. All the picture showed was a line in the air and the word bzzzt. In the next picture, Pee-wee Parkbench yelled, "Ow!" Now you can see why. Do you really want to let that ugly thing sting you? True, you want to make sure comic history doesn't change, but you also want to get back home. Maybe you should just jump to some other comic and keep searching for a mad scientist? You better decide fast, because that bug is coming your way. If you use your magic words to leap to another Ballistic Bug adventure, choose option 1. Or if you want to let the bad bug bite, choose option 2. I mean, I am definitely way more interested in, the comic now storyline that's in this, as opposed to, the maze thing we were in, because I feel like we've just done a lot of that maze stuff. But I really don't like the like really terrible Peter Parker references. Like, so that's like the part that I'm, oh, like they couldn't have gotten anything else. Also, when they said ballistic bug, my first thought was the Tick and not Spider-Man. So I thought it would have been way better if it was a reference to the Tick. Genesect from Pokemon. Okay, what do we got? We got 2 votes for option 2. We're letting the bug bite us on page 116. Here, Buggy Buggy, you whisper. You're worried. This is an important moment in comic book history. If one detail isn't right, there might be no ballistic bug. The glowing bug scuttles towards you, and you stick out your arm. Wow, look at the size of that stinger. The bug buzzes around your arm, and then it strikes. Yow! You yell. It's a lot more painful than Pee-wee Parkbench made it look in the comic. In fact, it feels as if someone injected molten lava into your veins. You collapse, gasping. You can't feel your hands or feet anymore. Something has definitely gone wrong. Remember how you worried about one detail being different at the moment in history? Well, there was. You were here, not Pee-wee Parkbench. And it seems you're allergic to mutant bug bites. Fatally allergic. The world starts to vanish in a red haze. Maybe you should start looking for a mad doctor. The end. Oh. I don't even know where we're at. Is that 14? Did we end before the vote at 13? Yeah, 14. Oh, well. Okay. Well, let's go try another ballistic bug adventure on page 15. When you shout the magic words, the universe does another quick change. You spin through the air, incredible brightness glares around you, and then you thud to the floor. You shake your head to clear your brain. You seem to be on a stage. You must be in the old theater or something. The blazing light comes from the fist of a man wearing black armor, goggles, and a metal face mask. It's Dr. Doof, one of the greatest mad scientists in comics. He's also Ballistic Bug's worst enemy. And right now, he's aiming his armored fists at you. Uh-oh. That means he's gonna zap you with a blast bolt. Your brain is frozen with fear, so your body takes over on instinct. The gentle hum you've been noticing in the background rises into a frantic whine. And then you take off in flight. Hey, how'd you do that? Find out on page 81. There's something vibrating on your back. You crane to see over your shoulder. Wow, you've got wings. Giant, shimmering insect's wings. You're so astonished, you freeze. That includes your wings, which stop beating. Instantly, you drop about 4 feet. Lucky for you, a blast of energy sizzles right over your head. The blast bolt. It explodes where you should have been. Your wings start to buzz again, and you notice now that your body is encased in some kind of sparkling brown armor. Excellent! Your new guest shot has turned you into the star of the comic, Ballistic Bug. You zip around, ducking Dr. Doof's blast bolts, and then you realize you can fight back. You've got other superpowers besides your insect wings. You'd like to try out your insecto-electric hornet sting, but you're pretty far away from Dr. Doof. Should you try a blast from where you are, or should you close in so that your aim will be better? Choose option 1 for long-range sharpshooting, or choose option 2 to make it up close and personal. So now my new favorite line in the book is... Wait, which one did they say? My new favorite line now is, "You zip around, ducking Dr. Doof's blast bolts." My new favorite line in the book. So. We are going with option number 1. We're going to page 56 for long-range sharpshooting. You fire your insecto-electric hornet sting at Dr. Doof from across the room. And miss. Your shot smacks into a blast bolt Dr. Doof has aimed at you. The 2 bolts of energy explode together, throwing off rainbow-colored sheets of flame. But in the middle of the fireworks display, there's a gaping black hole. "Behold," Dr. Doof cries in a loud, hammy voice. "Our battle has sheared the very fabric of the universe. This hole could be a doorway to anywhere." Anywhere, you think? Could it be a way out of this crazy comic book universe? You buzz forward, ready to zip through, and then you think again. Doorway to anywhere. That sounds kind of risky. Maybe you should let Dr. Doof go first. If you go through the doorway to anywhere, choose option 1. If you let Dr. Doof test it first, choose option 2. Let's go! Votes. We got 15 seconds left if anyone else wants to vote, but it looks like we are going through the doorway on page 19. Okay. I hope I'm doing the right thing, you think. Wings buzzing, you flash towards the doorway to anywhere. Darkness swallows you up. You feel a terrible chill. Invisible forces seize your body and hurl you through the blackness. And then, the blackness isn't so total. In fact, it's more like gray. You're in a large, shadowy room. Nearby, you see a spinner rack full of comics. The doorway to anywhere has dumped you back in the comic shop where it all started. Your wings buzz with joy. Wings? Hey, you're still Ballistic Bug. You still have superpowers. Excellent. You fly to the front of the shop to confront the weird-looking guy behind the counter. This is his store, after all. Whatever is going on, he must know about it. And you've got a lot of questions you want answered. Charge onward to page 76. "Hey," you shout, flying straight at the store owner's face. The closer you come, the bigger his face seems to get. In fact, the closer you come, the bigger the whole guy looks. Oh no. You escaped from the comic, but something went terribly wrong. You're still the size of a comic's drawing. You're barely 2 inches tall. The shadow falls over you. It's the store guy's hand whipping down to swat you. Maybe he thinks you're just another bug. Or maybe he knows exactly what you are and he doesn't want you to escape. Or maybe, splat. The end. That was solid. Is that 15 endings? 15. Okay. Let's see what happens when Dr. Doof goes into the door to anywhere on page 19. Wait, isn't that what I did? Oh no, I just lost. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Whew, I lost the page, but then I found it again. Okay, we went through on page 19. Dr. Doof goes through on page 100. You hang back. You want to know more about this doorway to anywhere before you try it out. Dr. Doof steps forward. Fascinating, he exclaims, leaning into the black opening. And then, with a fearful cry, he's sucked in. Doc! The cry bursts out of you. Dr. Doof clutches the edge of the black hole. With one hand, he holds his other out to you. Help me, he shrieks. You don't want to go near that hungry hole. But you're supposed to be a hero, aren't you? So you grab hold of Dr. Doof's arm and pull. Your wings whine with the effort. The mad scientist suddenly pops out and he sprawls on the floor. The hole disappears with a sharp bang. And Dr. Doof grabs you by the throat, shouting, "Sucker!" Gulp. Go to page 119. Your wings buzz frantically, but you can't break Dr. Doof's chokehold. Now I've got you, insect. He roars, shaking you. You try every trick you've ever read in a ballistic bug comic, but nothing weakens the grip of those steel-clad fingers. You're about half a breath short of choking as Dr. Doof climbs to his feet. But then, the evil doctor hauls you close and whispers, "Have you gone completely batty, Bug? That sting bolt of yours wasn't in the script." Script? What's Dr. Doof talking about? Find out on page 38. What script, you sputter? Oh, haha, very funny, Dr. Doof snaps. He shifts his grip on your throat. The script says you're supposed to beat me by shaking the floor to pieces with your supersonic buzzatronic power. But no, you have to make a grandstand play with a little lightning bolt. Thanks a lot, I could have gotten hurt. Well, wasn't that the idea? You blink in confusion behind your helmet mask. This is too weird. Is Dr. Doof saying that all of the comics' great battles, the ones you've always loved, are rigged? Oh well, at least that explains how the superheroes always win. But you can't think about that right now. A furious Dr. Doof is hissing in your ear. Well, I want some answers, Bug. You gurgle as his steel fingers tighten around your throat. Take a deep breath and apologize on page 83. Look, Doc, you croak. I'm sorry, okay? And then you get a bright idea. I'm in so many different series. I get mixed up sometimes about which script is which. Dr. Doof scowls. Sure, rub it in about how popular you are. I don't know what all those fans see in you with those stupid antennas sticking out of your helmet. Anybody with any brains could see that I've got a cooler costume. There's one good thing about this weird situation. Dr. Doof seems like a reasonable guy. Sort of. Once he calms down, you should be able to talk to him. Doof gives you one more shake and then sighs. Well, we've got a job to do, unless you want to call a break. If you want to continue the phony fight, choose option 1. If you want to take a break, choose option 2. What are you eating? chose option 1. It's really great when I'm like facing 2 pages that both have choices on the bottom and I forget which one I'm on and the other one I have not seen yet. And I was like, what do these things have to do with anything? So get ready for that other page at some point because it seems interesting. We are going to continue with the phony fight on page 126 for the time being. Oh, Binksy Boo is here. Here's Binksy Boo. You figure you should let Dr. Doof finish the scene. It'll give him time to calm down. And then you'll be able to talk to him quietly. You're sure he'll be able to convince him to help you. Let's go on with the fight, Doc, you suggest. Okay, the villain says. Since we already trashed the script, we'll have to fake it. But make it look good. Rev up your wings. You start your wings buzzing. Dr. Doof suddenly leaps back. My grip, he roars. How did you break my grip? I didn't, you think? He let me go, the big phony. What a cheat these fight scenes are. You buzz around Dr. Doof, and he shouts threats while zapping blast bolts at you, and missing. Okay, get ready for the old A233, Doof whispers. What's the old A233, you wonder frantically. Next thing you know, Dr. Doof grabs you by the ankles. What is the old A233? Find out on page 91. Dr. Doof spins you overhead like a baseball batter doing warm-ups. Whoa, yow, you screech as you fly around in circles. Oh, good. That's good, Dr. Doof compliments you. I'm not faking it, you try to yell. But you're so dizzy you can't get the words out. And then Dr. Doof hurls you away. Aye, you yell as you're hurtling straight at a brick wall, head first. Tuck and roll, bug brain, Doof howls. You'll break your neck. If you were a trained comic book professional, you'd know what to do. But since you aren't, and you don't, this is the crunch end. The crunch end. We broke our neck. Oh. Quit complimenting me when I make weird sounds that I don't like making on the camera. So thank you. Okay, so we are going to take a break instead on page 49. I could use a rest, you gasp. Dr. Doof releases you. All right, he yells, glaring into the darkness overhead. We're taking a break. Put an ad or something. Ballistic and I need to talk. You stare upward. Who's talking to up there? When you ask, the mad scientist shrugs in his armor. Whoever runs this crazy world must be up there. That's where our scripts come from anyway. A brilliant idea bursts in your brain. Maybe you don't need the help of a mad scientist to get home. Maybe you can take your problem right to the person or people in charge of the comic books universe. If you want to stick with Dr. Doof, choose option 1. Or if you'd rather go over his head, choose option 2. Oh, that was a nice pun. A nice pun. Six seconds left to vote, you guys. Okay, we have chosen option 2. We're going over his head to page 31. You flutter your wings and arrow up into the darkness. Wait, where are you going? Dr. Doof cries. I'm going to see if I can get away, you answer. You fly higher. You still don't see anyone. Hey, hey, you yell. If there's anyone up here, listen. I'm not really Ballistic Bug. I'm just a kid. A kid who got trapped in a magic comic shop. You're gasping from the effort of flying so high and so fast. White spots form before your eyes. Wait a minute. They're not spots. They're stars. You're out of time, out of air, and out of luck. You are already plummeting back to Earth as you black out. Next month, the new issue of Ballistic Bug is due to hit the stands. But when Horace Grumbacher arrives at his favorite comic shop to buy the new comic, it isn't there. Ballistic Bug has gone out of print, the store owner explains. But listen, kid, I've got a great new comic for you. The superhero is called The Powerful Pancake. He holds up a copy of a comic book with a squashed-looking superhero on the front. A superhero that looks a lot like you. Too bad. What a flat ending to your story. The end. Oh. Where are we at? 16 endings. Ings. Okay, we're sticking with Dr. Doof on page 95. I just love that his name is Dr. Doof, like, so much. I really liked a lot of the words they were using in the maze part, too, talking about, like, goop and glup and things like that. Like, that was a good thing, too. You decide to try for Dr. Doof's help. After all, he doesn't seem like a bad guy once you get to know him. Look, Doc, you whisper. I have a big problem. I don't really belong here. You explain about the comic shop and what happened to you. Dr. Doof listens without saying a word. You wish he'd take off those goggles and the metal mask. It would be nice to see the expression on his face. What if he thinks you're just a total nutcase? But you keep on until you've told the whole story. When you run out of words, Dr. Doof stands there silently for a long moment. I always knew we were doing some sort of entertainment thing, he finally mutters. But comic books? He shakes his head. I'm so embarrassed. Embarrassed? Forget about that, you reply impatiently. Is there any way to get out of here? Dr. Doof thinks it over, and at last he declares, yes. Well, what are you waiting for? Go to page 13. Dr. Doof wags an armored finger at you. You should have figured it out yourself. Whenever my blast bolts hit your insecto-electric hornet sting, there's a brief tesseract reaction. A what, you ask? A hole in space, Dorf explains. If we fire at each other at close range, I heterodyne my blast bolts. In English, please, you say as politely as you can. And little words, no doubt, Dr. Doof huffs. All right, we'll make a hole in space and step through. Whatever. Let's do it, you cry. You stand face to face with Dr. Doof, readying your weapons. On 3, Doof calls. 1, 2, ba-boom! When your eyes finally clear, a shimmering black hole floats between you and Dr. Doof. Dr. Doof suddenly leaps into the hole. Wait, you cry. Where does he think he's going? And then you hear him scream. If you want to follow Dr. Doof, choose option 1. If you want to look before you leap, choose option 2. Go. Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement that, like, the second half of this book is, like, significantly more entertaining than the first half of the book, for sure. Ooh, we got 4 votes this time, and we're only halfway through the voting period. Okay, I'm just gonna close it. Everybody voted for option 1. We're following Dr. Doof on page 10. No time to worry about where you're going. You leap into a tornado of light. It whirls around you faster and faster, and your body stretches like taffy. And then, With a snap, you're back to normal. You're in sunshine, in the middle of a street. A horn blares behind you as a school bus screeches to a halt. Wait a minute. That's not just any school bus. It's your school bus. The one you missed at the start of this strange adventure. I would have stopped, the annoyed bus driver tells you. You didn't have to get yourself almost run over. You climb aboard, clutching your school books. Where did they come from? You don't know. And what happened to Dr. Doof? Certainly there is no sign of him. A breeze blows a piece of paper through the bus window. It's a page from a comic, and it only has one large panel. A chill runs down your spine when you see the picture. It shows a horrified Dr. Doof frozen in the act of jumping through a hole in space. The end. Ooh. That's fancy. Oh, our friends showed back up. Welcome back. Oh, I like that one. That was like a spooky ending. They actually had a spooky ending, you guys. We just finished our 17th ending. Okay. So, let's see where else we're at here. Okay, now that you and Dr. Doof have created a hole in space, Dr. Doof jumps in and screamed, and we are going to look before we leap on page 90. Doc? Hey, Doc, are you okay? You shout into the hole in space. No answer. Taking a deep breath, you stick your head through the hole. You blink. You're gazing at an everyday street, outside a very familiar comic shop. Dr. Doof is standing there, peering in the window. What were you screaming about, you demand. This world is so different, Dr. Doof replies. His voice shakes. You realize he's used to the flat, bright universe of the comics. Yeah, you reply. I guess the colors seem pretty dull. It's a drab world, Dr. Doof agrees. But a whole new world for me to conquer. Uh-oh. Hurry to page 42. Dr. Doof wants to conquer your world? You never thought of that possibility when you asked for his help. You've got to stop him. But how? Then you notice something. Even though you're halfway into your own universe, you've still got your costume and the wings with the ballistic bug. You can stop Dr. Doof just the way a hero does in the comics. Oh, no, you don't, Doof, you cry. You try to leap forward and grab Dr. Doof, but you can't move. The hole in the universe has shrunk, and you're stuck. Dr. Doof laughs. Soon, the hole will close completely. It's curtains for you, Bug, and then he strolls off to terrorize your hometown. Doof, come back, you shout helplessly. Well, at least your top half made it home safely, but the shrinking hole cuts off your rear end. Oh, they said rear end. 18 endings. Okay. So, we chose to battle Dr. Doof with our long-range sharpshooting before, but this time we are going to try and make it up close and personal on page 92 before we attack. You dodge 2 more blasts from Dr. Doof, and then zoom into a dive-bombing attack. Your insecto-electric hornet sting is built into your helmet's antenna. The charge builds up all through your body. When you're almost on top of Dr. Doof, you let it go. Fzzz! A bolt of green energy leaps out of the antenna. It slams into your enemy's chest, knocking him flat. Ha! You cry. You do a triumphant loop-the-loop in the air. Take that, Doof! Zoom to page 55. She also says she poofs. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. You guys. This is kind of fun, you think. At last you're getting the hang of this superhero thing. You buzz around the room, throwing punches in the air. You want to be ready for Dr. Doof's next attack. And then you notice that the evil doctor isn't getting up. He lies sprawled on the stage, helpless, not moving. That shock shouldn't have knocked all the fight out of him, you think. In fact, his super armor should have protected him against your insecto-electric hornet sting. Apparently it didn't work this time. You start to get nervous. Doc? You call? You hover over the doctor's flat form. Is he still breathing? Doof's metal-muscled hand moves like a striking snake. Before you can buzz off, he grabs you by the throat. If you want to try and break free, choose option 1. If you want to try and reason with Dr. Doof, choose option 2. Okay, we still have 15 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1 to try and break free, or option 2 to try and reason with Dr. Doof. Okay. We chose breaking free. We're going to page 119. Your wings buzz frantically, but you can't break Dr. Doof's chokehold. I've got you, insect, he roars, shaking you. You try every trick you've ever read in a ballistic bug comic book, but nothing weakens the grip of those steel-clad fingers. It's a time loop! Okay, that one I'm a little less sure about where we are at. I think that was our 4th time loop. I'm just going to keep scrolling real quick and see. I got back to 14. Before the break, we hit 13 with 2. 3 time loops. Okay. So that is 18 endings with 3 time loops. Okay. So we are going to try and reason with Dr. Doof on page 30. Doc, you gotta listen to me, you croak. I'm not who you think I am. I'm not Ballistic Bug. Sure, Dr. Doof sneers. You're actually the Queen of the May, and I'm the King of Albania. Listen, you idiot, you rasp. I'm Urk. The armored glove tightens around your throat. Too late. You realize that this wasn't the time to go insulting Dr. Doof. Frantically, you wave your hands, trying to get him to let go. Instead, the pressure just increases. There's no talking to him. You'll have to use the magic words and find another, friendlier mad scientist. Your lips form the words, "Gas shot," but you never speak them. Neither words nor air can get out of you. No air can get in either. Your lungs ache, spots dance before your eyes. You're losing consciousness, fast. Well, at least you learned one lesson. Mad scientists get mad very, very easily. The end. Oh, 19 endings. Okay. So we're going back to, where are we at? Oh, we switched from the first, so when we first launched into the comics, we were with the giant robot, and then we decided to switch to a second one. And the second one, we were a burglar in a Ballistic Bug comic, and we decided to jump away from that. So we jumped to a different Ballistic Bug. This time we are going to try a completely new comic on page 61. But what comic will you jump to? One of your favorites is Silent Sal, the comic book about teenagers. But there's no mad scientist there. Well, you could try Super Doer, but you'd better make up your mind fast. Ballistic Bug is zooming straight at you. He's going to flatten you. Hey, you've got it. There's another comic book you like. It's about a super group of mutants. Wise guys. Like Y''S. Wise guys. Their leader is a super scientist. That's the same as a mad scientist, right? Ballistic Bug's fist is about a foot from your nose. Keeping the wise guys in your mind, you yell, "Guess shot!" Just before his fist connects with your jaw, Ballistic Bug fades out. Whew! You start to fade in on another scene. But before you can make out any details, "Look out!" a voice yells. Fade in fully on page 74. You glance up. A huge hammer is hurtling towards your head. You throw your hands, but you know that that won't stop the falling hammer. You're dead. Your skin suddenly starts to tingle and sparks fly around your hair. And then a lightning bolt flies from your head and smashes the hammer to bits. Your jaw drops. You stare at the pieces of the wrecked hammer. No way. This can't be happening, you blurt out. While you blink in disbelief, the wreckage fades away. You're in a bare, gleaming room with a grid on the walls. You've seen this place before. It's the Peril Parlor, where wise guys practice their powers against holograms. And that means you glance down at yourself. Sure enough, you're in the pink and blue uniforms of wise guys, and with the lightning bolt on your chest, you'd have to be... Yo, Rage! Like RAY-GE, Rage. Another pink and blue hero calls you. Professor Y wants to see us. Professor Y? That's the scientist you want to see. Meet the professor on page 35. I'm just like, can we all agree to be the wise guys for Halloween, and we get to make pink and blue superhero uniforms? Because I'm way into that idea. You recognize the other hero. It's Stinky Stanley, the mutant whose horrible breath is his weapon. How come there's two mutants with horrible weapon breath in this book? The professor is waiting, Stinky Stanley calls. Professor... I don't know how you say that. I think it's Eve. Yves. Eve Yablum is also known as Professor Y. He's a powerful mutant, the leader of the wise guys, and a famous scientist. You follow Stinky Stanley to join the rest of the wise guys. When a flying chair enters the room, seated in it is Professor Y. This is really, really painful for me to read these just terrible rip-offs of comic stories. I'm so sorry. He's hard to miss. After all, he's covered completely in bright red hair. In fact, he looks like an ape, except for those serious, wise eyes. Oh, they said wise the regular way instead of with the wise. Also, like, the Beast and Professor X are... okay. Wise guys, he exclaims in a deep voice. My mental powers have detected a disturbance in the great flow of being. Somehow, aliens from beyond this universe have invaded. You gulp. Could Professor Y be talking about you? You hope not, especially when you hear what else he's got to say. We must destroy these invaders immediately. To ask Professor Y more about these aliens, we'll choose option 1. Or to try and talk the professor out of his planned battle, choose option 2. Someone vote. Thank you. Okay, we have 36 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, ask Professor Y more about the aliens. Or option 2, try and talk the professor out of his battle plans. Five seconds left. Oh, so late. Okay, that's okay. Even though you were late, because you still chose the winning answer. Option 1, we're going to ask him more about the aliens on page 17. You turn around anxiously to the rest of the wise guys. Wolfenbean, the fighting vegetable, and Stinky Stanley look confused. So does Jean Green. You're not sure what her power is, but you know it involves coming back from the dead. They're all fierce fighters. What will they do if they discover you're the alien Professor Y is talking about? Can you tell us more about these visitors, you ask? Yeah, Professor, Jean Green pipes up. How do we know they're evil? Sure, Wolfenbean chimes in. Maybe they're just lost or something. This isn't something to vote over, Professor Y growls. My marvelous mind powers warn me of danger. He closes his eyes, and as though he's listening to a tiny voice. Then his eyes open wide. One of the evaders is in this very room. He must be a shapeshifter. Professor, you begin? Professor Y rips around, pointing. You're the one. Find out who he's pointing at on page 134. The hairy hand of Professor Y points right at you. It's not the smoothest answer, but it's the best you can do when your mouth is dry with terror. But Professor Y's hand swings past you to point at Stinky Stanley. No, the professor cries. It's you! No, wait. He turns to Jean Green. Now my powers point to you! Something very strange is going on. The professor goes from one wise guy to another. And you? And you? His voice drips with horror. Great googly moogly! You're all from outside this universe. Okay, new favorite line of the book. You stare at all the other superheroes. Could this be true? Could they all be kids who were sucked into comics? Death to the invaders, Professor Y snarls. He flings deadly hairballs at all of you. You've seen these things in the comic. They can choke you to death. Turn to page 53. What show did they keep saying great googly moogly? Like, what is that? It's from something that I watched, but I don't know what it is. They say it in Roly Poly Oly. Is that what it's from? Wait. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right page. 53. Static electricity crackles around you. Lightning bolts zap from your head to blast the deadly hairballs in midair. Good shooting, Rage, Jean Green shouts. The other wise guys mob the professor. When the smoke clears, all that's left of him is a scorched spot on the rug. His mental powers were right. He was in deadly danger. You turn to Wolfenbean. How? You begin. The Bean Warrior shrugs. A couple of months ago, I walked into this weird comic shop and reached for this rack. Wolfenbean grins. It's cool. I like being a superhero. But what about the danger, you ask? You could turn into an ink blot. What are you talking about? Wolfenbean demands. You explain. No way, Wolfenbean scoffs. We've got it made. Watch. Guess shot. Stop, you shout. Too late. The Bean Man's body shudders. He's melting. The rest of wise guys glare at you. You, Stinky Stanley shouts. This is all your fault. Defend yourself on page 132. I disagree with the Snickers commercial. That's not where I'm remembering it from. Hey, lighten up, you complain. I mean, I told Wolfenbean he could turn into an ink blot. The writing was on the wall. The wise guys aren't laughing. You try again. How about if we change his name to Spot, you suggest? Whoops, bad joke. Get that kid, the fighting vegetable shrieks. Wise guys hurl themselves at you. As you sink under the attack, you think sadly, why did I have to be such a wise guy? The end. It's probably funnier when you're reading it because it's you can see the difference between the wise and the wise. I'm like pretty sure that it's Roly Poly Oly, you guys. If you haven't seen it, it's got a great theme song. That was our 20th ending. We've got at least a couple more. Okay, we're going to go back and try and talk the professor out of his planned battle instead on page 63. But Professor, why, you blurt. Yes, the professor replies. No, I mean, Professor, why? That's my name, Professor Y snaps. Don't wear it out. I mean, you stammer. You try again. Why do you want to attack these visitors, Professor? Professor Y's eyes gleam. If you have to ask that, you're no true wise guy, he declares. You're an alien spy. His hair starts to grow, reaching out to you. You've seen pictures of this in the comics, but actually seeing the hair creeping around is, well, creepy. Whoops, you spent too much time staring. When you tear your gaze away, you notice that tentacles of hair have wound around your ankles. You can't pull free. There's only one thing you can do now. It's risky, but you've got to use your magic words. Guests! Your cry is muffled as still more hair attacks you, stuffing your mouth. There's no escape now. Your doom is too horrible to describe. How horrible? Let's just say that from here on, it gets really hairy. The end. Futurama. Great googly moogly. Is that something that Kip says in Futurama? Maybe. I still think it's Roly Poly Oly, though. Okay, so now we are back to when we first got into the comic books and we were in the world with the big robot that was trying to squash us. We had the choice of visiting the world of the Super Doer or of the Ballistic Bug, and we chose Ballistic Bug the first time, so we're gonna go to Super Doer on page 104. Guest shot, you yell. When you open your eyes, you're standing beside an office tower that's still being built. The crowd is gone. The robot is gone. You're all alone. This is bizarre, you mutter. A voice suddenly yells, "Heads up!" Of course, you look up. A falling brick hits you right between the eyes and bounces off. You goggle in disbelief. That brick should have killed you, but it felt like a leaf being blown against you. You look down at yourself. Hey, you've grown up. You have all kinds of muscles, and you're wearing what looks like purple long underwear with a big yellow SD on the chest. You not only switched comics, you turned into Super Doer. Cool. I've got to find a steel bar, you exclaim. Can I really bend it with my bare hands? Go looking on page 26. You glance around the building site. There's a pile of bricks. There's a cement mixer, and there's a bunch of those steel rods they use to strengthen concrete. Exactly what you were looking for. You pick up a heavy bar and flex your mighty muscles. Yes, the steel bends like thin wire. Hey, a voice yells. You glance up, and a guy in a hard hat is glaring at you. We were going to use that bar, he complains. Now you've ruined it. You try to straighten it out, but you can't fix that last kink. And then an idea comes to you. I'll just heat this up with my magma vision, you announce. You stare at the bent bar cross-eyed. the way Super Doer does in the comics. Sure enough, the metal gets hot. Too hot. The middle of the bar melts away. Whoops, guess you need to practice with your cool new powers. The workman looks pretty angry, but then he's distracted by a sudden burst of crashes and screams. Another guy in a hard hat dashes up. Super Doer, he cries. Some horrible creature is trying to knock down our building. Leap into action on page 59. For a second, you wonder what you're supposed to do, and then you remember. You're a superhero. It's your duty to save the building. You leap up, and suddenly you're flying. Wind ruffles your hair. Your cape flaps behind you as you soar high over the buildings. You look down, and your jaw drops. Just flying is incredible enough, but you didn't expect this. Something the size and shape of a Tyrannosaurus Rex is smashing at the building with its hands and tail. But the thing's scaly skin is made of shining metal. And your cosmic ray vision shows that there's machinery inside. The creature turns its glowing glass eyes on you. You expect an attack. Instead, the robot dinosaur says in a whiny voice, "Oh great, now I've got Super Doer after me." You skid to a stop in midair. You know that voice. "Wally?" you cry in disbelief. If you try to talk things out with Wally, choose option 1. Or if you'd rather fight him, choose option 2. And I think Wally is like the nerdy guy from our school that ran the comic club, I think. We have 29 seconds left to vote, you guys. Okay, we chose option 1. We're going to try and talk things out with Wally on page 25. You float in the air in front of the metal monster's face. It sort of looks like Wally, except for the size, and the flashing glass eyes, the metal scales, and the giant teeth. And it certainly sounds like Wally, only louder. "I can't believe that this is the first time you switch. You become a hotshot superhero," he whines. "Guess I'm just lucky," you reply. "But you shouldn't feel too bad. Being a monster is better than being a stupid sidekick." "True," Wally agrees. Oh, Wally is the first guy we met that told us how to switch. Okay, never mind. It is cool being a giant monster. A huge hand flashes forward to pluck you out of the air, because this monster gets to do you in. "Funny, Wally," you laugh. "Remember I'm Super Doer?" You flex your super muscles to get free. Nothing happens. You're still trapped in the Wally monster's gigantic hand. Yikes, turn to page 46. "Wally," you cry. "Why are you doing this? We're pals." "Well, maybe not pals, but we go to the same school." "I'm sorry," Wally replies, "but the monster formula also makes me Tex Loudsnore's slave. He told me to destroy Super Doer." Uh-oh, things are desperate. You give the Wally monster a blast of your magma vision. His shoulder begins to melt. "Ow, ow," he yells. "I can't take this. I'm getting out of here. Guess shot." But when he yells the magic words, Wally doesn't vanish. A ripple runs through his giant form, and the fingers around you feel strangely rubbery. His face looks runny. He's melting. And then you realize Wally's time has come. He's used the magic words once too often, and he's turning into an ink blot. You strain to break away, but you can't get free. Holding up your hands in front of your face, you see with horror that you're getting runny too. Bummer. Your Uncle Mel always called you Little Squirt, but now you've turned into a big drip. The end. Oh. Little Squirt. 22 endings. Okay. So let's go back and try fighting him instead on page 102. School pal or not, you aren't wrecking this building, you cry. Flying down like an arrow, you aim for the Wally monster's nose. You already have your fist stuck out to deliver your power punch. When you arrive, Wally wasn't there. Desperately, you screech to a stop before you power punch your way deep into the ground. You whirl to find the huge, prehistoric space monster climbing up the building. Huge metal claws screech against the concrete walls as the Wally monster pulls itself up. The noise is about 10 times worse than the sound of fingernails on a blackboard. Second time they mentioned fingernails on a blackboard in this book. And since your super ears are 10 times keener than ordinary ears, it's downright painful. You'd better quit it, Wally, you warn. You're beginning to annoy me. Keep up the fight on page 97. The monster with Wally's face and voice reaches the top of the building. You get ready. And jump. Whoops, you still need to get used to your new powers. You overshoot the building, speeding high into the sky. Spinning in midair, you charge back. The Wally monster has reached the top of the unfinished building. Your fist goes back for your power punch. This time, you won't miss. As you zoom down, the Wally monster grabs a big steel girder that sticks up from the top of the building. Tearing the girder loose, he slings it over his shoulder like a club or whack! Too late, you realize Wally was holding the girder like a baseball bat, and he's using you as the ball. You grunt as the steel beam strikes you. Even with your super skin and maxim muscles, the impact knocks the wind out of you. Wally's swing also knocks you out of the construction site. Tumbling helplessly, you streak towards the horizon like a line drive. Swoosh to page 48. You spin out of control, thanks to the shot from Wally. Wind blasts past you, making your cape whip around until it wraps around your head. You're ready to barf from all the tumbling, and your cape is blinding you. Wait a second. You're Super Doer, and Super Doer can see through things with his cosmic ray vision. You try that slightly squinty look that Super Doer gets when he uses the power. The good news is that you can now see where you're going. The bad news is that you're about to crash into a building. To use your flying powers to veer away, choose option 1. Or if you'd rather use your super skin and maxim muscles to get you through safely, then choose option 2. Okay, I'm just going to call it because everybody voted for the same one again. We're going with option 2. We're just going to bust through the building, I guess. Page 94. I feel like this is where it's appropriate / inappropriate for me to make a 9/11 joke. Since today would be the day that the buildings got smashed through. Is it too soon? I don't know. I feel like this group is probably okay with that joke. Okay. Kerwham! You hit the wall with a tremendous crash and keep on going. At least your cape is off your head now. Bang! Crash! You smash your way through other rooms in the building, but your super skin isn't even scratched. Amazing! You thump through one more wall before you come to a stop. Time for a little payback. You rocket out through the series of holes you already made in the walls. Quick as a flash, You zoom back to the Wally monster. Pow! Bop! Biff! You unleash your power punch on Wally. Hey! Ow! No fair! Wally whines. It's not my fault. I didn't want to be a monster. Tex Loudsnore turned me into one. Tex Loudsnore, you repeat? Not only is he the top villain in the Super Doer comics, he's also a mad scientist. Just the guy you need. Move on to page 57. You eye the Wally monster suspiciously. Why didn't you ask Tex Loudsnore to get us out of the comic book universe, you demand? I didn't get a chance, Wally replies, sulking. The second I entered to his lab, he got me with the creature creator juice. Sounds likely. Go and turn yourself into the police, you order. I'll deal with Tex Loudsnore. Leaping high into the sky, you head for Mount Skull. In the comic, Super Doer never managed to find out where his archenemy's hideout was. But since you read the comics, you know exactly how to get there. Minutes after leaving Big City, you spot a mountain shaped like a skull. You fly into the giant skull's left eye. It's a cave that leads deep down into the mountain. 20 feet inside, your path is blocked by a steel door. With your Super Doer powers, you know you can get through the steel door and talk with Tex Loudsnore. The question is, which power should you use? If you want to try your magma vision again, choose option 1. If you want to test your strong breath, then choose option 2. I definitely thought the book was about to be over, and I'm glad that it's like not quite over, because I am enjoying this newer timeline, as cringy as all of the comic book references are. We have 15 seconds left to vote, if anyone else wants to. Option 1 to try your magma vision, or option 2 to test your strong breath. Okay, we went with option 2, the breath, on page 68. You suck in as much air as you can, and then you let it out with a whoosh, as if you were blowing out the candles on the biggest birthday cake in the world. The door flies off its hinges and lands with a crash in the long hallway beyond. As you walk down the corridor, you find that Tex Loudsnore has other defenses. All sorts of weapons attack you. But you're Super Doer. Deadly poison gas only makes you sneeze, and Tex Loudsnore's disintegrator beam merely gives you a terrible itch. Wow, you exclaim. This is incredible. You could get used to being a comic book hero. The hallway ends at another steel door. No problem. Winding up, you smack it with your power punch. See what happens on page 136. The solid steel feels like silly putty under your fist. You keep pounding until you tear a hole through the door. And then you use both hands to rip an opening large enough to walk through. You step into the mad scientist's laboratory. You recognize Tex Loudsnore easily from the comics. He's tall, skinny, and doesn't have any hair. Instead, the top half of his head is made of a gleaming chrome dome. He's Tex Loudsnore, the man with the pop-top head. Tex Loudsnore, villain and monster maker. Super Doer, he snarls. I don't know how you found me, but my latest invention can handle even you. The mad scientist hefts a test tube in his hand, and he throws it at you. Can you catch it? To find out, hold a 12-inch ruler straight up with your thumb and forefinger at the bottom. Hang on, we're going to try this. Luckily, I'm at my craft desk, so I have this ruler here. Okay. Hold a 12-inch ruler straight up with your thumb and forefinger at the bottom at the 1-inch mark. Like this way, probably. Open your fingers to let the ruler drop and catch it again. If you catch the ruler between the 1-inch mark and the 9-inch mark, then we go to page 114. If we catch the ruler between the 9-inch and the 12-inch, we go to page 105. If we don't catch the ruler at all, we try again. Okay. I feel like this ruler is like a really heavy metal one with like cork on the back, so it's kind of like unbalanced to try this. Oh, okay. I got it at 5. So we're gonna go with the first one first. Of course I have a ruler there. This is my sewing craft area desk. That's something I'm definitely gonna have. I'm like, I got other like exciting things. Look at this stuff. This is cool, right? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we are going to page 114. You catch the test tube, but the top pops off. Poof! The world disappears in a puff of purple smoke. Your skin begins to crawl. Your bones begin to ache. Then the cloud disappears. No, it's just down around your middle. The lab seems smaller. No, wait, it's you. You're growing. The purple cloud is farther down, and the roof of the cave is coming closer and closer to your head. That's 90 feet high, you think. That makes me... Your thoughts get jumbled as your head bumps against the ceiling of the cave. You close your eyes, bracing yourself to get squashed against the roof. But it doesn't happen. You've stopped growing. Looking down at yourself, you realize you've changed. Your skin is green and scaly, and you have a thick tail. Gulping, you run your fingers over your face. Oh no. Bulging eyes, scales, sharp teeth, tusks? Tusks? What kind of monster has Tex Loudsnore turned you into? I bet it's this monster. Learn the worst on page 34. Tex Loudsnore cackles with glee. How do you like my new batch of creature creator, super doer? It even works on you. He grins evilly up at you. I believe you're my finest creation. You're the biggest and scariest of them all. You take one angry giant step towards Loudsnore. The mad scientist yells, "Freeze, ugly!" Your muscles suddenly lock up. You can't move at all. In fact, you nearly fall on your horrible tusked face. Tex Loudsnore puts his hands in his pockets and beams up at you. Best of all, my formula makes you my absolute slave. Now, you just stand there. Don't move a muscle until I decide what to do with you. You try desperately to move, but you can't. Uh-oh. Can you move on to page 67? Whistling, Tex Loudsnore putters around the lab. He walks past you as if you're a huge statue. You can't even move your mouth to say the magic words that would whisk you out of here. And now he's working on some sort of formula. Smoke wafts up to the ceiling of the cave, right past your giant nose. The smell is nasty. You twitch your nostrils to keep from sneezing. Wait a minute. Tex Loudsnore told you not to move a muscle. But you moved. Maybe the formula doesn't work as well as Tex thinks. Maybe this absolute slave thing is fading away. You decide to test your theory. You try bending the little finger on your right hand. Of course, now that little finger is 4 feet long. The little finger finally bends. Next, you work on your hands and feet. Finally, you turn your head. The mad scientist is still working. He hasn't noticed. How are you going to use your freedom? If you want to try and jump Tex Loudsnore, choose option 1. Or if you want to keep still and spy on him, then choose option 2. But I am behind on the poll because I wanted to see my face. So it will load momentarily. Okay. Well, I'm glad you like me because I like you too. Thanks for being my friends. Okay, we got a poll, you guys. Choose option 1 to jump, text, loud, snore, or choose option 2 to keep still and spy on him. We still have 12 seconds left to vote if you have not. Okay, and we decided on option 1. We're going to jump him on page 73. It's a simple choice. Of course you jump, text, loud, snore. Not that it's easy. He runs around yelling, "Halt, stop, I command you," and you have to be careful not to stomp him accidentally. He's your ticket out of this crazy comic book world. Finally, you catch him, holding him carefully in one fist. You bring the mad scientist up to your face. "You're going to help me get home," you demand. At least, that's what you meant to say. But instead of words, flames come roaring out of your mouth. In seconds, the only man who could have helped you is extra crispy. "Oh no," you gasp. More flames roar from your lips. There's only one thing left to do. "Gas shot," you try to cry. But since you can't speak, you don't vanish. Your despairing words once again lash out its flames, setting the laboratory on fire. Go to page 58. You stumble out of the cave and into the bright sunlight of this comic book world. The tiny dot comes zooming down out of the sky. What now, you wonder miserably? A missile? A meteor? No, worse. It's Gnatman, Superduro's superhero buddy. "Hold it right there, monster," the whiny voice roars out from the hero's mouth. Could it possibly be Wally, you yell? "You've got to help me." But once again, your words come out as a rush of flames. Gnatman flutters his gnat wings and zips out of the way. "Oh, you want to play rough, huh?" Wally's voice sounds just like a gnat's annoying buzz. But then he starts flitting around, raining blows at super insect speed. Whop, kapow, blam. It's more than annoying. It's downright painful. Bap! You crumble to the ground. Your giant body raises a huge cloud of dust, and you start sneezing uncontrollably. And that's just the beginning of your torture. Oh, by the way, it's also the beginning of the end. That one was 23 endings. That was okay. Okay, we are going to keep still and spy on text, loud, snore instead on page 62. Pretending you're still frozen, you watch Loud Snore work at his computer. The huge, complex machine even speaks. New data entered from manipulation of trans-universal I almost said it beautifully. Phlogiston. The computer reports. Huh? Oh well. Just because the computer can speak doesn't mean that you can understand it. The mad scientist turns to you. "I've decided what to do with you," he announces. "I've sent for another of my creatures, and I'm going to send you both to destroy Big City." You can't keep still any longer. This calls for action. You wait until Loud Snore turns his back, and then you lean down and scoop him up. "In your dreams, Loud Snore," you growl. "You can't do this," Loud Snore sputtles. "I control you." "Wrong," you reply. "Right now, I control you." Whoa, this is pretty excellent. "First," you tell him, "I want you to change me back to Superdoer."
You figure it'd be a good idea to have superpowers while dealing with Tex. And next, but your next demand is drowned out. Thunderous footfalls echo through the cavern. What now? Find out on page 88. You laugh to yourself as you run through that was 86. I was like, Frankenstein. The footsteps get louder, and then one of Loud Snore's horrible creations stomps in. It's a dinosaur-like creature made completely of metal and plastic, and it looks a lot like your friend Wally. Loud Snore points at you. Destroy this monster. He orders the new creature. But don't hurt me. Don't listen to him, Wally, you shout. He doesn't really control you. Huh? Wally's glowing eyes look confused. Hey, I'm not doing what he said. I guess he doesn't control me. You grin. So where were we, you ask Loud Snore. Oh yes, you're giving me back my super doer body and demonstrifying my friend too. Holding Loud Snore by the collar of his lab coat, you dangle him in front of your giant hand. All right, screams Loud Snore, clinging desperately to your fingers. I'll turn you both back. Now he's talking. Turn to page 99. You set Tex Loud Snore down. He runs over to one of the lab tables. While he mixes chemicals, you keep an eagle eye on him. Wally slides up to you. Do you trust Loud Snore, he whispers. I mean, he's a villain. A bad guy. He's also a mad scientist, you point out. You said that that's how we need to get home again. You trust him if you want to, Wally says. I'm out of here. He takes a deep breath and then hollers, Guest shot. But instead of disappearing, Wally clutches at his throat and screams, and he falls back against the wall. And then his body begins to melt all over the rock. Horrified, you step towards Wally. He frantically waves you away. His screams turn to bubbling moans. The blot, he coughs out. I tried to jump once too often. I'm turning into an ink blot. It's too horrible. You squeeze your eyes shut. When you open them again, all that's left of Wally is an enormous stain running down the wall and onto the floor. Yuck. Go on to page 106. Tex Loud Snore stares at you from the blot that Wally's become. There must have been something wrong with that batch of creature creator, he declares. I better run some tests on you. We don't want anything to go wrong when I change you back. The mad scientist turns several weird instruments on you. He frowns. My Phenepticon is getting odd readings from you. My formula reacted very strangely with you. So, you demand? Loud Snore licks his lips nervously. Well, I can give you back your super doer body. But to do that job, I'll have to take your superpowers away. Well, you start to say. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, Loud Snore assures you. He starts mixing ingredients. In about a second and a half, he has another test tube in his hand, ready to throw. Wait a second, you think. How do you know what he's got in there? How do you know he's not going to turn you into something even worse this time? If you trust Loud Snore, choose option 1. If you don't trust him, choose option 2. Okay, we got 2 votes. Any more votes? Anyone? Okay. Oh, that's okay if you missed some votes. I'm surprised you're still here, honestly. It's so late over there right now. Okay, we chose option 1. We're going to trust him on page 22. Okay, I'm ready, you declare. Tex Loud Snore's test tube crashes down. New puffs of smoke explode around you. You're surrounded by rainbow-colored cloud. It feels as though a giant hand has landed on the top of your head. Down, down you go, pushed by the invisible hand. Your bones seem to grind together. Your muscles feel as if they're snapping. Every nerve in your body is screaming in pain. I never should have trusted Tex Loudsnore, you think in horror. He just whipped up a potion to destroy me. Is this the end? Find out on page 98. The colors fade away. Tex Loudsnore walks up and pinches you. Ouch, you yell. That hurt. You wish you were home in bed. You wish you were out of this comic. Of course you could yell. Yes, Shot. But you don't want to risk turning into an ink blot. Besides, your only hope of escaping from the comic book universe is to get the help from a mad scientist. And here's one right now. Ah ha 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 ha, Loudsnore gloats. I've done it. You've lost your superpowers. I didn't want them, you reply. Look, I'm not who you think I am. I'm really a kid in trouble. I need your help. As you explain how you wound up here, Tex Loudsnore's eyes narrow. Incredible, he exclaims. Impossible. That's what I thought until it happened, you say. It sounds like an interdimensional hyperflux, Loudsnore muses. Very interesting. Let me see what I can do. Hear more from the mad scientist on page 82. For the first time since touching that comic rack, you feel a little hope. Could you really get me back home? Loudsnore rubs his chin. Well, I need to run some tests to see if your atomic composition is different from ours. And then there's the effect of the transuniversal phlogiston. You don't understand a word the mad scientist is saying, but you're eager to help. Just tell me what to do, you cry. Loudsnore points to a big metal box. Climb in there. In there? Maybe it's your imagination, but the box looks like a big coffin. Is Loudsnore really trying to help you, or is he trying to destroy you? Isn't there some other ways you could make those tests, you ask nervously? Loudsnore shrugs. We could try the Haza-Safra device, he says. He points to something that looks like a huge floodlight dangling from the ceiling. But I won't get as good of a reading. So choose option 1 if you want to get in the coffin, or choose option 2 if you want to try the Haza-Fraza device. This was the page that I was on earlier where I was like, wow, that other page looks like interesting options. Where I was like, what is a coffin and a Haza-Fraza doing in this book? Haza-Fraza device. How did you spell that right? Is that from something else that I don't know about? Okay, 9 seconds left to vote. It looks like we got both votes for the Haza-Fraza device. So that is where we're going on page 75. The Haza-Fraza device looks much safer, you think. You stand under the floodlight on a set of copper and steel circles, one inside another. Tex Loudsnore starts pulling switches. The floodlight winks into life. Eerie, pulsing light shines down on you. All of a sudden, you feel very strange. It's as if your body is stretching. Hey, this is sort of how I felt when the comic rack was spinning. Are you on your way home? The lab fades away, but you can still see Tex Loudsnore dancing around, cackling. I'm not your worst enemy, Super Doofus, he shouts. Did you really think I was going to help you? The Haza-Fraza device is a matter transmitter, and I set it for the center of the star Vega. You try to scream, but no sound comes out. The lab is gone. A brilliant glow surrounds you. The glow gets brighter and brighter, not to mention hotter and hotter. Too bad. But look on the bright side. At least you got to be a real star in the end. Oh. 24 endings? Okay. We're going to get into the coffin instead on page 130. I'm surprised how much stuff there is left in this book still. Nervously, you climb into the metal box. Tex Loudsnore slams the lid closed. You lie there in darkness. Suddenly, you're surrounded by a blinding light like a camera flash. Then Loudsnore opens the box and helps you out. Your story seems to check out, he admits. According to my readings, your atoms don't belong in this universe. Can you figure out a way to send me back, you ask? Loudsnore's smile is evil. Maybe. Just maybe. And if I do it right, I may get rid of Super Doer forever. Every other time I kill him, he comes back to life later. How will you do it, you ask, a little alarmed. To escape from this dimension, every atom of you, and of Super Doer, must be destroyed, Loudsnore declares. Your teeth chatter as you repeat. Destroyed? Loudsnore nods. That will free you from this comic, and me from Super Doer. He grabs your arm. Just stand here in front of the unifrabulator and don't move. Booger, stop being a butthead. If you want to try this route home, we'll choose option 1. If you try and escape before your atoms get destroyed, choose option 2. And go. Option 1 is to stand in front of the unconfabulator to try and get home. Or option 2, to escape before your atoms get destroyed. No one is voting. Everybody vote. It's like that channel on the Wii, like the Everybody Votes channel. You guys remember that? I actually really enjoyed that a lot because I like seeing public opinion. Okay, we're trying to escape on page 96. Wait a second, you cry. I'm not sure. But Tex Loudsnore has already started up the unconfabulator. Trying to duck, you cry. Get shut! A spear of brilliant blue light leaps from the device. It catches you right in the chest. Oh, the pain, you scream. Tex Loudsnore screams too. I told you to keep still. Now you've ruined everything. You'll disintegrate, and I'll be stuck with Super Doer again. You gaze down in horror as your body begins to crumple in on itself. You can't scream again, though. There's nothing left to scream with. You stretch out your hands and watch them grow fainter and fainter until they're gone. And you're gone. You're nothing. It's a shame. You always tried so hard to be cool, but now you're a total zero. The end. Oh. That's a sad one. That was 25 endings. I spelled it wrong. That's okay. Okay, what else we got going on in here? Let's see what happens with the unconfabulator on page 122. If we do it the right way. You swallow hard. Go for it, you command. Tex Loudsnore hits a button. Streaks of blue lightning crawl across the barrel of the unconfabulator. You close your eyes and stand absolutely still. Hey, you thought having your atoms destroyed would hurt. Instead, you feel light, incredibly light, as if the slightest breath could blow you away. You open your eyes to discover that Tex Loudsnore's laboratory is gone. Instead, you're floating among tiny bright spots that look like stars. They glow brilliantly red, yellow, blue against the solid blackness. Giggling, you swoop upward. Multicolored stars twirl around you. Higher and higher you go, until the colored stars blur into a bright, harsh glare. You don't feel weightless, but heavy and clumsy. Staggering around, you grab onto a door handle. You stumble into a tiny store packed with vacuum cleaners. An old man with long gray hair grabs you by the arms as you almost fall. You okay, kid? He asks. Stagger over to page 45. Kid, you peer down. You're not Super Doer anymore. You're yourself. Hey, this is the vacuum shop that was next to the comic shop. I was trapped in the comic shop, you gasp, pointing. You couldn't have been, the old man declares. That place has been closed for years. Huh? You describe the comic shop owner. The old man gives you an odd look. That was Milo. He died 3 years ago. Whoa, have you traveled in time? You asked for today's date, and it's the same day as when you left for school this morning. You dash outside, heart pounding wildly. The stores all look the same, except one. The windows of the comic shop are boarded up. The nails and the plywood panels are all rusty, and the shop has obviously been sealed up for years. You head home, totally creeped out. Could it have been a dream? It seems so real. One thing is certain, you'll never take another walk through this neighborhood, and you hope you'll never ever find yourself in the comic shop of horrors again. The end. Oh, 26. Man, I'm kind of sad that that's not the last one that we're doing, because I feel like that would have like perfectly rounded out the whole book. But we'll keep going. We got a couple more. Okay, so Loud Snore said he could fix us, but we're not going to trust him this time. We're going to page 64. It's like, how have we not hit all the pages yet? I don't know. Why should I trust you, Loud Snore? You demand. How do I know what's in this test tube? I've got a Super Doer robot you can test it on, Tex Loud Snore suggests. You shrug. Sounds reasonable. Where is it? I keep it in that special box over there. Loud Snore points to a man-sized metal container by his lab table. The box has no seams. There's no lid and no way to open it. So you crack it in two. Out pops a 6-foot chunk of glowing orangey gray rock, and it lands on your foot and sinks in. Tex Loud Snore cackles. That's zip-tight, the one substance in the universe that can kill you, Super Doer. In case you were wondering, it will do the job, even though you're a giant lizard with tusks. You hardly hear. Searing pain shoots up your leg and through your body. Black spots appear before your eyes and grow. The poison rock is all through you now. You're done for. You topple to the ground. Your one consolation is that you land on Loud Snore. The end. 27. I'm just going to keep typing horribly because I don't care. I'm just tired. Okay, so we're going back to the ruler trick and saying that we caught it further down on page 105. Using your super speedy scramble, you rush forward to grab the flying test tube. But this is another new power for you, and you don't quite get it right. Tex Loud Snore's test tube flashes past your fingers and shatters at your feet. Whatever is inside bubbles on the floor, and then you're surrounded by a cloud of red and green smoke. You'll need more than a smoke bomb, you start to say, but that's all you can choke out. Your eyes burn, your lungs feel on fire, even your skin hurts. It's stretched so tight you're afraid you're going to burst like a balloon. You're in pain. You're also confused. Nothing is supposed to be able to hurt you. You're Super Doer, right? Find out on page 98. The colors fade away. Tex Loud Snore walks up and pinches you. Ouch, that hurt. You wish you were home in bed. You wish you were out of this comic. Of course you could yell, "Guest shot," but you don't want to risk turning into an ink blot. And this is another other thing. Time loop. How far back did I mention that? Oh, I'm so bad at this. It's 20. There were 3 time loops, and now there are 4 time loops. So 27/4. That's it. Okay. 2 more-ish. Hopefully everyone didn't die yet. in real life. I am not sure which one of these was next because I put them too close together. Okay, so I've got one where we're flying into his lair and we used our strong breath on the door. I've got another one where we were fighting Wally. Okay, I think this is the next one. So we're going to try our magma vision on the door instead of the super breath on page 37. I'll stick with the power I've already used, you decide. You stare slightly cross-eyed at the big vault door on the way Super Doer looks when he uses his magnavision. Nothing happens. You try again and again. You stare so hard your head begins to pound. You're getting angry and all you see is red. But you smell something odd. Scorching paper. Remember the time you burned a hole through a comic book by focusing sunlight through a magnifying glass? The paper turned brown and it burned. Suddenly you notice that the flat, brightly colored world around you is changing color. Everything is getting brown. The sharp burning smell is growing stronger. Finally, it hits you. You're in a comic book now, and somehow your magma vision has set the paper on fire. You suck in breath to yell, "Guest shot!" But when you inhale, the smoke sends you into a coughing fit and you can't get the words out. Flames crackle. Your body may be super, but it's only as strong as the paper it's printed on. Is it getting hot in here? Or is it you? Actually, it's the end. 28/4. Okay. Okay, so then we're going back to using our flying powers to veer away instead of the super skin to crash through the building on page 36. You'll have to be fast, very fast, to veer away from the building. And there are other buildings all around you. You'll have to avoid them too. There's only one direction to go. Tilting your body so it faces straight up, you pour on the speed. Up, up you go. Faster, faster. Now your body is a mere streak. You zoom past the building. Whoa, you're really moving. In fact, you're moving so fast, you can't slow down. The air is getting thin. The sky darkens until you're in the blackness of outer space. There's no air at all out here. But that's all right. Super Doer can hold his super breath. A second later, you notice something large and gray in your path. Oh no, it's the moon. Your super skin and Maximuscles might have survived a crash into a house, but the moon is a different story. Ah, you scream. Nobody hears you in outer space. The air simply gets sucked out of your lungs. You don't even have the breath to yell "guest shot" before you splat into the moon. The end. Oh, that was 29 endings. And 4 time loops. So that was a lot, but that was the whole book, you guys. We did it. Or maybe some of us did it. I don't know if anyone's actually still here or if everyone else fell asleep already. So, congratulations on making it through the book. Anyone that's still alive. We still have a couple more books left that we have not read yet. Only a couple. And then we gotta buy some more. But I need active viewers to vote. Is anyone still here? Marco? You're supposed to say Polo. We got one. Okay. We got at least one person. Okay. So if it's just you, then I guess you get to decide next week. Polo. Perfect. Okay. So I've got 4 books left here that we have not read. The first one is A Night in Werewolf Woods. The second one is The Curse of the Creeping Coffin. The third one, Deep in the Jungle of Doom. And the fourth one is Diary of a Mad Mummy.
So there might be more, but those are for sure the 4 I have left. So what one should we read next week? Thanks. Get down, baby girl. Ouch. Ooh, gosh, I just maimed myself on the cat. Mad Mummy it is. Wait. Oh, somebody else is talking in. Ooh, no. Okay, I got 2 votes. One for Werewolf and one for Mad Mummy. Or Mummy. Okay. You agreed with Mummy. I got 2 votes for Mummy, so I'm calling it. Next week, Diary of a Mad Mummy. Thank you, friends, for tuning in. I appreciate you so much for hanging out with me on Friday nights when there's probably a million other things you could be doing or sleeping or whatever. And I guess I'll be a cute mommy next week. So, peace out. Good night.